Hello, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive. We're back with the EGC channel. I'm joined with AOL Iron Maiden over here, and we're going to be taking you through the day 2 qualifiers here for the Clash of the Immortals. Maiden, what's the first game? Or if you've got anything else you want to say, what's the... Have at it. No. That's right. That's right. I'm reading the Twitch chat right now, and they're saying there's some muted action. I can hear Maiden crystal clear. He sounds great to me. He's saying some fantastic things. One of the most intelligent commentary I think you're ever going to hear. But just me. You guys are all going to miss out on it. But maybe if
am I good?
See if he's good at the moment.
Am I good now? Boyd knows I'm good now. I agree.
It's good now. Let's go. Well, we're winning. We're off to the races here. Yeah.
Okay.
Just to jump into a couple of the games that we saw yesterday. Any highlights maybe, Maiden, that you had? I know that there was one that I watched, which was incredible. A little bit of an upset. There were actually quite a few upsets, or even mini upsets yesterday. But highlight series for me: Mini Yeti against El Matador, just off the races, playing at an insanely high level. And he actually qualified as well. So congratulations to him on that really, really great performance.
Absolutely. Well, Mini Yeti, he had a really great series against Molska as well. I think Blackadder was casting that one live yesterday. So, dude, I had 3 windows open. I had EGC, I had you, I had Blackadder open, and I tried to do dual commentary like at the same time. I couldn't have Blackadder's as this anyway. But that was a great series as well for Mini Yeti to actually qualify, getting in there 3-2 against Molska. So Molska's got a second chance though, baby. Let's see if he can if he can actually pull it off.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess the other players who unfortunately, or fortunately for them, but unfortunately for us, we're not going to be seeing them today because they qualified. Was you had Tunison able to take out Joe in an incredibly close series. Close series were the name of the day yesterday. Taking out Joe 3-2. We had, as you said, Mini Yeti taking out Mosca 3-2. We had Eric dropping to Super FM 3-2, and so Super FM goes through. And then Tiger Boss being a little bit more efficient with his game time, winning 4 games against Lukey. So we're still going to be seeing Lukey, Eric, Mosca today. Joe, if they all turn up, I'm pretty sure they will. And there's going to be a lot of really good games coming in. But we're going to be moving into our first game of the day with I Am Revan taking on Darth Nox. Maiden, can you tell me anything about these players?
I could tell you just a little bit. I've actually met Darth Revan in person. He's one of the AOM folks. I know. He's one of the AOM folks. He's one of the Greek boys that I met in person, and he hosted he hosted a Greek LAN a couple of years ago. So I flew over there, met him in person. Anyway, so historically, he really likes China. And so looking at his draft, I notice he has no China. See, Nuwa actually banned by Darth Nox right there. And it's actually Darth Nox picking up China. So I know extended edition version of China is very different compared to these days, but I don't know. There's a plethora of gods on both sides. I know Darth Nox likes Atlantean a lot. He only has Kronos. I guess he's a big China boy as well. So honestly, the god picks are a teensy bit different from what I expected, but we'll find out what they can bring to the table soon enough, man.
Alrighty, the first game of day number 2 in the bottom of the map. The blue color playing as Who She. His name is I Am Revan, and his opponent in the red color in the top of the map playing as Nuwa. His name is Darth Nox. Kicking it off, Maiden, we've got ourselves a China mirror. What a time to be alive. Any thoughts on this one?
Hang on a second. Did I misread the God draft? I thought Revan didn't have any China. Whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Fushi against China, or sorry, Fushi against Nua. I don't know, boy. China's still so new, in new to the game. I mean, it's a strong civilization even after the patch, still pretty strong. So it's not like we necessarily have a big meta difference between or strength difference between these two. I think you can comment more on that. What I'm more interested in is the map, Bamboo Grove. I like the new China maps, man. I think that's one of the most refreshing parts of Retold is pulling in some of these awesome new maps. I hope we see more of them personally. So you tell me, what is Nuwa and Fushi? Who has the advantage?
Well, I mean, just to touch on that, the new maps are so cool. Like this
Mm,
map here, Bamboo Grove. It's like it's almost like Age of Mythology kind of is all the maps we had before this were more like centered around moving through the middle of the map mostly. Whereas this map, Bamboo Grove, we'll be seeing another map later on called Step, where the resources and all the important layout of the map is kind of around the outside of the map. So yeah, we get some very, very different types of gameplay and different ways to kind of take advantages in a game. But to speak on where this matchup is gonna go, I mean, you got Nuwa has got so many powerful things with this got this hero, Qualfu here, which is just absolute beast of a unit for defense as well as getting extra resources. And we've also got the Fushi having a lot of trickery. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Set to some degree. If we're going to, no, we're actually seeing Chi come through. So we're not going to see that Gen Nu, which has vanished. So it's going to be more about making those Yatsu, which are going to be able to get some good raids in and get some damage done. Lots of sort of centaur-esque control going to be needed to get that damage in. And then finally, the god of choice most of the time that we've seen from Nuwa has been How To thus far, which has that earth wall to protect themselves. So a little bit of a defensive orientated god with Nuwa and a little bit of offensive orientated god with Fushi Maiden.
okay, okay. Well, speaking of defense, there we go. Darth is the first one. Yeah, Darth is the first one up so far. We got actually, this is tough. Revan, his name is Darth Revan, so I keep calling him Darth, but I should actually call him Revan because we also have Darth Nox. Oh, that is so cool, dude. That's a little special right there. Anyway, we got a couple of pioneers right of Darth Nox right in the face of Revan. I'm gonna try and go with Revan here. They're both Sith Lords. This is the battle of the Sith Lords, Darth Revan and Darth Nox. How exciting!
I love the Star Wars references. These guys are gonna have to get something happening though. The Yatsu getting a little bit away from where the heroes are doesn't mean he's gonna just be able to get into the base of Darth Nox and just start getting some damage done. He hasn't quite scouted out exactly where he needs to send this initial myth unit. He's heading to the back here. Going to be able to get a little bit of damage done. But it does take a little bit of attacks before you get the upgrade to really kill any villagers off. As it seems like he's just going straight to the back of the base and going to hide out there for a little bit for the time being. These
Looks
early
like
game these early game raids are really important and got to be so careful as that hero Qualfu there can almost kill off the Yatsu in one or two hits.
so,
Spots it.
indeed. Did he? I'm pretty sure he saw the town center start getting built. I'm not sure if Revan in the blue. I'm not sure if he actually paid attention back there. It looked like he was purposefully checking for a second TC, instead of going for villager raids necessarily. As we see some pioneers on the front side of the base, yeah, he's checking that forward town center. I don't know if he saw Vodka. When you get a chance, if we can go to the fog of war of Revan real quick. See, as he's about to lose that bad boy, he doesn't see the town center coming in. He can maybe assume, but he doesn't. He just barely missed it.
He's not going to be 100% sure, but the one thing that is scary when you're sort of playing against Fushi is Fushi's
There's a
got
weak
some
Phil.
really big. It's a very weak Phil. He might be able to snipe. He does get the snipe. That's a really, really great start there now for Revan. He's going to be very happy about that. But does get pushed back. I'm actually a little bit surprised we haven't seen that Earth Wall getting dropped down just yet. As this initial fight coming in, the micro coming through there from Revan, dodging those arrows. He's got the timing down here. he is going to be in a great spot now as Darth Nox has to retreat back and the Yatsu can come in. The fight is going to be coming, Maiden.
Oh, this is excellent play by Revan here in the blue, dude. Sure, we got a second town center from Darth Nox in the red, right? So this little bit of economy damage he's doing can be mitigated with a little bit of time. But honestly, that gold mine is forward. If he loses this spot here and too many villagers, he's going to put himself into such a sick position. Great micro by Revan here, man.
Now, this is so sick. So for those of you playing at home, the way to do what Revan's doing is use box formation. That's going to like move your units into a really tight ball to allow you to dodge them. But there's that earth wall we were talking about. That's going to trap all of these pioneers into the base here. And I'm not sure that Revan has got the answer to get these ones out just yet. He needs to get an actual melee unit or two to actually bash down things. But I don't think Darth Nox can really fight this at all.
No. The tower upgrade, that's definitely going to help. But dude, look at those weak fills right there. There's 3. How many weak units are right there? He could jump in and snipe some real quick. He's probably going to lose these pioneers. It's fine. It is what it is. He got some good damage, honestly. And we can see on the mini-map, Blue is going for a forward town center himself. So he's got some nice damage, economic damage so far. He's got a town center coming in. He's only a couple of villagers behind, honestly, Boyd. Do you think this is worth it for Blue? Has he done enough damage?
He's getting everything he possibly can. Villager-wise, Darth Nox is completely fine. But you know, Revan getting all this damage done just means this is just good. This is just good for him. So he's going to have to build on this because he's not going to be quite equal here, but he's so much damage done that I think maybe the next move here is looking to hit some sort of a heroic age timing of some sort. For Revan, because Darth Nox is going to be trying to catch up, and that's like a time 5 villages in front, so it's going to be slightly more income per minute. So, but he's behind at the moment. So, a little bit of a timing to be needed for Revan.
He's ahead, but he's behind. But at the same, okay, yeah.
He's ahead, but he's behind, but he's ahead. You got to kind of weigh up what's actually happened.
We're not sure. No, I'd say it's still a close game though, because yes, even though Nox in the red is still ahead by what 5-ish villagers, yes, but at the same time, he also has had a little bit of idle time as well. By all means, I think economically Nox should still be ahead. However, we just saw Revan is also taking a 3rd town center. So he's got both central town centers, which is maybe a bit, I mean, you're talking about a heroic age, Boyd. I don't think that's going to happen for Blue anytime soon because he has both forward town centers. And it's a pretty darn open map. Aside from that giant circular wall, that Nox has in his, but for Blue, it's a very open map. And so he's going to have to be careful not to kind of get on the back foot by not making military. He has a little bit of some time right now to make some bills, catch up economically, yada, yada, yo. He's still behind 8 villagers, which is growing, interestingly enough, but he needs to make sure not to get too far behind militarily now as well. Yeah,
so the one thing with, I think, going for this 3rd town center that it's going to open up for Darth Nox is that now Darth Nox can just happily say, all right, get me into the heroic age and potentially also get me to the mythic age next. So Revan has to start thinking about where he's building his building. He's going to have to face potentially a great flood. So you have to make sure you're spreading out your houses nicely so they don't all die. And also potentially setting up some defensive buildings such that when wave hits you, you can kind of mitigate some damage by getting hit into a building rather than getting carried off into the sunset, so to speak. But
it's not expected, or it's surprising that getting smashed into a building actually saves you in that instance, right?
That's right. But I like this for Revan because he's going to mitigate all that economic damage, or not the economic damage, mitigate the villager differential. Plus, he's now going to be in front, and he might be able to catch up a little bit by utilizing that Peach Blossom Spring and start gathering that soon to try and bring himself to the heroic age a little bit faster than you might expect. The Peach Blossom Spring is that archaic age god power for Fushi. It should be in his main base, or he might have already gathered. There it is. So yeah, you can get this at any point, and you get a huge boost of economy. It's very similar to god powers like Prosperity or Rain.
Well, so boy, this is kind of what I was thinking of here at this point in time. This is the window of opportunity where Nox can move forward and out across the map to try and get some damage, because it's going to take Revan. If you look at the villagers, blue Revan, he's already caught up and he's surpassed red, right? He's surpassed Nox in terms of villager numbers. So now this is the opportunity where Darth Nox needs to try and hit him back economically, or militarily get some map control, again, try and shoot for heroic time, whatever. It's kind of his timing right now to try and get some counter damage going.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Darth Nox has just said, I don't believe with your army, which is, like, the Dao Swordsmen are a little bit scary. They can take buildings down if you have enough of them, but those Javelineers, they're counter archers. Think about them like a speedy pelter. They can't really do anything at this point in the game. So Revan can just sit back. He's now going to the heroic age. He's going through New Bar, which gives him access to Drought as the God Power, which is very, very cool for taking out a position. Removes a whole bunch of HP from some buildings, and you can just take them down. But more importantly, now Revan has got access to the ballet, which is like that castle building everyone's got, but you get access to those cavalry units. Should be a big help for him moving forward. It looks like he's actually going to be taking a fight here.
Numbers-wise, this doesn't look like it's one he wants to take. He does have that free myth unit. I have no idea what its name is off the top of my head, but he has the cool-looking free myth unit. But still, he's got to retreat here.
Yeah, this unit's so sick. You kill off one dude, and then you can spit fire. Because why not?
Of course, why not? Dude, I didn't even see. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Revan, part of the reason why he had such a small army is because he was going heroic. As we see some of those houses going down, we got heroic coming in for Nox as well. So both players had it going to be heroic soon enough. Do we see any the ballet going up, possibly on the right-hand side, Vodka? Do we see that castle building going up for blue somewhere? Is that? No, that's not it.
Yeah.
There is one.
This one, yeah. Yes. Okay. So that's going to mean, well, at the moment we're not actually seeing any cavalry. So it might just be there for like access to the Mythic Age if he wants to go there. Never a bad idea if you've got the defenses set up. Your opponent doesn't have the ability to kind of break through. You just go for it. But
sure,
at this moment, the scary part is with Rasho, which is the god that Darth Nox is going for, he's going to have access to those Fey Beasts, which, if used correctly, they can annihilate a lot of stuff. But it does require correct setup for it, most likely.
Most very true. Okay, we see armies starting to engage. Do we see any of those white cavalry, whatever they're called? There's one of them right there, but not much more. Engagement coming in here, boy. We see the little god power. I can't remember what it's called. We see Fey Beasts. Oh, is it going to do as much damage as it used to do? Not quite. That was a little bit of a bummer, Fey Beasts right there, boy. It looks like blue is taking this fight, I think.
Still close, but you're absolutely right. I think Darth Nox is going to have to retreat back. Those Fey Beasts getting dropped down on top of a whole bunch of heroes just meant they got annihilated before they could get damage done. Like, Fey Beast is good against human units, it's good against myth units, it's good against villages, it's terrible versus heroes.
Little bit of a misplay by Nox right there. He's dropping his own ballet in the front side of his base. That should go up, and it'll probably force Revan back. But let's see. He's got that beastaudier there. Maybe... Dude, are you kidding me? Darth Nox has lost so much army right here. Is he gonna stop? No, he doesn't stop it from going up, but still.
You put another Earthwall in exactly the same position here.
Double the fun. JK, he just busts through it. Revan busts through it right away, and dude, that ballet's going down right away. Sure, it unlocks the Mythic Age for Darth Nox, but still, he can't pop out any of the cavalry.
Yeah, we're seeing actually both players now deciding it's time for Gong Gong. That means Great Flood. That means the Qing Long, which is the water dragon, spitting out a huge area of effect sort of attack with all these heroes and all these units here, and the fact that both players are going to have it, there's not really going to be any significant advantage for either player, most likely. I mean, potentially, like, the fact that Darth Nox doesn't have that much military out means that Revan won't be able to get the value out of his own Great Flood, so in a way, being in front is putting him behind, but we'll have to wait and see. we have to remember there's still drought, so that's going to erase the entirety of the base when combined with Great Flood.
Oh my goodness gracious, we are about to see Darth Nox's base completely swept away. That is a very good point. Again, to reiterate, the drought weakening all the buildings, and then you just Great Flood them away into oblivion. This is maybe a decent fight here for Darth Nox. He has all those counter archer, javelin thrower guys doing a decent job, but the Dow Swordsman for blue looking pretty strong themselves, and he is forced to retreat there. Not a bad decision. Boyd, I want to mention something real quick. The fact that Revan has both of the forward town centers, he's up 3-2 TCs, as we see a little bit more of an engagement. He's up 3-2 TCs. He can eventually take that back town center to be up 4-2. I think Revan is in an excellent position because they're both hitting Mythic at about the same time. That's gonna kind of cancel each other out. I know you talked about him having more units. It's gonna be more valuable. Anyway, I think Darth Revan is in an excellent position here, dude.
I can imagine that this is all part of Revan's plan. He's not going to mind getting hit with a Great Flood right now on his unit. As long as he doesn't lose his entire base to anything, he should be fine. The Gong Gong just about to hit now for Revan as he drops the drought. He's ready to erase this base as the Great Flood going to come through, takes those units with him. Temples falling, houses falling, town center getting dropped down to quarter HP here as all the Great Walls getting down as well. Absolutely huge damage. The Great Wall being used to return, and the game is done, Maiden.
He just wanted to use it for good measure. Oh, that.
You can't leave a game without using all your god powers. You've got to use them all.
Yeah. What a wet ending, baby.
Wet ending indeed. Well, I mean, but man, that one all just came down to from the very, very beginning. Revan was set the pace. Darth Nox, he was playing defensively. He took a tiny bit of damage, but enough damage to mean that early town center didn't really do a whole lot. So Revan grabs the second town centers. Darth Nox tries to push out with some kind of, we talked about it already, but the javelin is just not that powerful. Can't kill buildings off. Can't really do a whole lot. There wasn't meant much ability to kind of make that push happen, and Revan took full advantage of that, getting to the heroic age first and then building on that advantage as well. But solid start here for Revan.
Oh, dude. The that initial pressure he had with his pioneers was beautiful. It was so sick, man. Excellent micro. And speak of the devil.
Yeah,
Perfect timing with the
beautiful.
replay. Check it out, man. Excellent micro here. Bro, this is like I mean, Revan is Greek, so he's definitely channeling his inner Mista micro in these pioneers. He let him fall at the very end. It is what it is, but he definitely got some excellent value for it from him.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite, probably personally, one of my most favorite things is when a fight requires a lot of like control and it's extended and you can get little edges in the fight with like little movements you can make, and then eventually you can just completely annihilate the enemy army. But yeah, this fight here, just those fight beasts kind of just can't really use them on top of pioneers. You can't really use them
Yeah.
on top of priests. You can't really use them on top of Ursa, but you've got to be finding the hit on villages or on a human unit army, and just kind of in a position where they're just not going to get one bang, and then you're good to go. But this is just a really well executed game from Revan all around.
Yes. I 100% agree. I think that there was a big window of opportunity for, I already mentioned it, there's a big window of opportunity for Darth Nox to get some counter damage. But like you said, he had a bunch of those javelin throwers. He was just a little bit slow with his timing, and Revan was able to get heroic with just pretty much no problem, honestly. So a little bit of a missed timing there for Darth Nox, but I think he had the right idea. He pushed out, he sensed it. He was just a teensy bit too slow. Anyway, are we gonna get the wet finish here? Come on.
One more moment, please.
Boy, want some wet moment real quick.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit excited, man, because we've got something coming up after this one, as we're about to see this this wet moment. It just
There we
erases
go.
everything. It just erases everything.
Yeah.
I kind of love here that this is a combo god power, but you still got the town. So every one of these other buildings is going to fall, but the town center still survives after all is said and done. So it's not it looks epic, but there's still like some room to keep going in the game if he was in a better position there. But nonetheless, Maiden, we're going to be going in to the next map, Peach Blossom Land, Hades versus Kronos. I love this map. This is one that's new with the Immortal Pillars DLC. It is beautiful. I think we might be ready to jump in right now, so let's not dilly-dally. We're going to get in and get that action right now. As in the right-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, we've got Revan, and he is going to be playing Hades, while his opponent is now going to be taking up Kronos. Take a look at this map. Tell me you love the pink trees, and we'll go from there.
Fun fact, actually, Boyd, I grew up with a couple of peach cherry blossoms in my front yard. I love it. Vodka, show us some trees. Come on, give us some trees, Vodka. You wouldn't even believe it. It's very real, I promise you. Those two big peach cherry blossom trees, I'm not even joking. Like, so pink, so beautiful. It looks awesome in the springtime. Anyway, so I'm like reminiscing about my childhood and the trees. What are we looking at again? Oh, that's right. Hades against so Hades against Kronos. Hang on a second. So let's before we jump into Hades against Kronos, about this map, Boyd, I'm not even joking. This is the first time I've ever seen this map played. So all the other competitive games played on this map, I have not seen it. So what the quirk of the map that Vodka was showing, the players are very close together in the center. There's a little bit of fish around the exterior with some walkable paths, right? But most of the resources, all the town centers, are all around the exterior, right? That's essentially what we're looking at. Yes? Am I missing anything aside from beautiful trees?
That's the name of the competitive maps we've seen thus far from the Immortal Pillars.
Ooh.
Kind of nothing in the center. I mean, there is something in the center here, very close, and all of the action to happen around the outsides of the map. So you got two strategic decisions to make here. Like, either one, we're just going to go straight through the middle and we're just going to plow in and just try and kill him, or two, we're going to start spreading out on the outskirts, go for the side builds, and say, if you want to push through the middle, no worries, I'll give you that, but I'm going to take everything else. So it's a really, really strategic map. I'm like you. I've only seen a handful of games on this map, so I'm excited to see what the pros are going to come up with to make the best use out of this kind of a concept. It's very, very unique. Oh, well, so and what? Also, Maiden. Also,
yeah.
This map's got four town centers a player.
Yes, if you guys count the settlements around the exterior, 3 per player. So that's going to boost up our potential population on both sides. But okay, so I think that's interesting, Boyd. But because of how close the players are in the center, and because of Kronos, the nature of Kronos able to put on some early pressure, even though Darth Nox is going to be about at least a minute behind Revan. Revan is already up through Athena, dude. So is he maybe going to have an opportunity to just go aggressive? I don't even know if we're going to get to all 8 of the town centers getting claimed or getting taken, because we might just have a lot of aggression from Darth early on.
This is
Revan.
This is just wild, Maiden. There's no fish for Revan. He's just ignored it. He just says, I don't even know if he went for the fast Bolts of Erebus build. I think he's just sending it. He's just like, hey, I'm close to you. Why would I go for fish when I can just kill off your villagers? They're worth more. And he's already causing a lot of economic damage. There's a stray villager on the front here potentially to drop some buildings, or maybe it's a mistake. I don't know, but he's going for it.
Send everything, and that lady, the villager, boys. She's just really excited. The boys, send everybody. Speaking of the boys, where's Achilles, man? Achilles would really be a nice big fat boost into this aggression. Sick play here, man. Look at all those idle citizens. This is amazing.
Now, the one important thing here for Darth Nox is to not panic. He might not know that Revan doesn't have fish, but realistically here, this sort of an advanced time, I think he can get like a 4-minute-ish with a handful of fish, but he has to know that he has the economic advantage right now, and he just has to not lose any villages. Should be okay here. But he needs gold as well, and getting pushed off of this gold mine, I mean, lucky for him, he can just leave to the back of his base and he can get some gold back there, but at the moment, just got to get as much as he possibly can while holding on.
Very true. Here's the thing, though, Boyd. Is it gonna get a pick? Oh, what? Are you kidding me? That donkey just yeeted into the town center. I can't even believe how far that thing jumped into the TC. That is ridiculous. But okay, here's the thing. Look at how many freaking fishing ships Nox has. He has like 3, 6, 9. He probably has 12. Ooh, or more. Speaking of yeeting a donkey, man, the tower upgrade is sick. Has he done... Here's the point. There's 1 million fish for Darth Nox in the red. Has Revan done enough eco damage to mitigate the lack of fish? There is so many fish he has. His eco should be booming if he can just establish a little bit of some consistent gold income. And I think with the tower upgrades, he's maybe accomplished that.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like right now, no villager kills. It was idle time only. So that's buying Revan time to get more damage. Because otherwise, I mean, the economy is just going to come back in and he's going to be kind of fine. The thing that's scary here is... Actually, no, he's not going for it. I thought he might have been actually just saying, I'm just going to go for the heroic age and just say, okay, what next? Keep attacking me. I don't mind. I'll be in the heroic age and get my fishing ship upgrade. But he's not. He's staying in the... No, he is. He's pre-queued it. Actually, he's pre-queued both the heroic age and the Titan age, which might take a little bit longer to come through. But nonetheless,
thinking ahead.
He wants a heroic age because those fishing ships are there. He can get the upgrades going, and it's going to be good for him. But at the moment, the real question is where to next for Revan. He's done a little bit of damage, but he has to keep getting that pressure on.
Yeah. Well, what is the follow-up? I mean, we saw an archery range for Revan in his base, but his Achilles is down. Ajax, I don't know where Ajax and the Minotaur went, but they're both a low HP or dead. There's the Minotaur. Okay, so Ajax ultimately was a goner. Anyway, what's the follow-up here? I don't see Revan going for a town center. I don't see him going for... Is he? Maybe. I don't see him going for fish. I don't really see a big army. So what the heck is his follow-up here?
Looks like a town center. It looks like a town center on the back here.
That's late, dude.
It's very, very late. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. We had a little bit of a... Just the tiniest of hiccups. Not sure. I've never seen that before, to be honest. So that's a first.
Psych.
But yeah, you're right, mate. Fast advance. 1 Ajax, Minotaur, and Achilles. You got to expect that town center to be up much quicker. I'm not sure what's going on for Revan here. He's struggling with the villager count as well. He doesn't have many resources in the bank. He's only got 1 villager on food here. I think he's run out of food in his main base as well. And now Darth Nox is ready to put pressure on. Yes, there's sentinels. Potentially watchtowers can come through as well to help out, but lots of idle villagers are going to get caused here.
Oh, yeah. Aside from that, okay, fine. I'm worried about gold, man. At this point in time, the eco difference is so substantial that Darth Nox can spam army. He can sit on this gold mine. He can go to the exterior gold mines. I think that you never know. Hades is, can be super strong defensively, can hold on, can be hard to kill, and on and on and on. But honestly, the economic advantage is huge. And there's already such a military advantage as well for Darth Nox. He's in a great position. I don't really see him losing this. I mean, you can always misplay something, but what does Revan have to do to come back into this game? Does he try and get Hippospis, like a miracle heroic age with Hippospis and some Peltast? I don't know. What's his play here? Blue, Revan.
I guess when you're really behind, well, one thing is obvious: you've got to go for some sort of economic damage somewhere. So while not taking any losses, because that's really important. But your main goal is to just survive. Because if you can survive, your opponent's going to hit that late game first, obviously, right? But if you can catch up, then you get to the late game as well, and it doesn't matter that you're behind by, say, let's random number 4,000 resources. Won't really matter if you're behind if you have all your upgrades and you have an army out. So you have to kind of just mitigate damage as much as possible, which might be possible on this map, given how it's structured.
Yeah.
But even then, he's got a mountain to climb.
Yes. And speaking of a mountain, that is a mountain of units that Darth Nox had just chilling. Looks like he's finally thinking about using them as they're marching slowly across the map. There we go. I was gonna say, I was asking what can Darth Revan do here in the blue? Well, Nox in the red can allow him back into this game by not attacking. That is, if he just allows him to be on 2 town centers, he's gonna let Revan in the blue back into this game if he's not careful, man. Sure, he's going up heroic. It is what it is. He's gonna, okay, sure. But still, I think there's plenty of opportunity with a nice big army like this to push, poke, prod, find some damage. Don't
Yes.
just let Revan, get heroic himself.
I guess the one thing that is coming for Darth Nox, which is going to be a big deal, is 2 behemoths for free. And potentially, he doesn't really have the favor. He's actually still pumping out Prometheus, but 2 behemoths going to be able to break through all these buildings. And I don't think that Revan is. I don't think he's got anything here that can really hold it, unless he can somehow miraculously kill off both of the behemoths and potentially those Prometheans as well. I think that this is going to be a very tough spot for Revan to recover from now.
Absolutely. He's starting to pick off the Sentinels for whatever reason. He's saying now is the time as we see restoration coming in. What are you restoring? I guess he's restoring the Minotaur a little bit. There we go, a couple of those talks, but Darth Nox was biding his time, and oh boy, has he picked an interesting time. Right as the Heroic Age is coming in, the Behemoths are going to be coming in fast here, boy. They're slow, but they're going to be coming in fast. What a YOLO play with this army. There's the Behemoths. Zoom in on those bad boys, Vodka. Those things are beautiful. Oh! GG.
Game there, mate, and that's the game. I mean, it was well orchestrated. Great defense from Darth Nox. Not sure exactly what Revan's plan was. This is like, if you're going to go no fish, I think you either have to go full send or go. Well, actually, let me rephrase. You either have to full send military or you have to full send economically somehow. So either like drop 2 town centers or smash everything into your opponent and just try and get the damage done while they're struggling to sort out their military situation. But I don't think he really did either of those. He kind of half-baked an attack with a couple of units and then half-baked a town center grab, and then Darth Nox was just ready to spam back at him, and he was totally fine.
Well, I completely agree. I think that Revan, at the same time, he maybe didn't get any citizen kills, but he did a pretty great job idling as we're seeing right now. I think he did a pretty great job idling a lot of citizens, right? So sure, Darth Nox had the fish, whereas Revan didn't. But I don't know, man. If he could have gotten Achilles here a lot earlier to join the other two, oh, that was a big skip in the game. From the early pressure to the very end of the game. Okay. Not a lot happened in between, I suppose. Anyway, I think if Achilles could have joined a lot faster, maybe he could have got those kills and this game would have been much different. But, the Achilles time was just a little bit too slow, and Ajax and the Minotaur were not able to get enough eco damage done.
For sure. I mean, well, one good thing here, Maiden, is that we now have ourselves a game to 3. That's been the story of this qualifier so far. It's been game 3, game 5. It was going the distance the entire time. So we're going to be going in onto the next map here shortly. This is going to be Marsh. I know that this is it's one of the favorites of yours. I know you like Watering Hole, kind of a little bit of a Watering Hole-esque map. But Ra versus Shinnong. We get to see the Egyptian powerhouse of Ra against this new Chinese sort of shenanigans. I think it's really early days in terms of like what you're supposed to do in this matchup. Didn't really get to see a lot of it, so I'm interested to see how this one's going to turn out, just for my own selfish sort of reasons. But you've got, just to put it into perspective, Shinnong is kind of like the Loki of China. He gets 3 myth units, and he is very myth unit orientated. Even get some kind of cool heroes as well. So can Ra deal with that? Maybe. Should Ra go for myth units himself when he's playing into the hero power of Shinnong? Probably not. So what do you do? Those are the questions to ask, and I think Revan's going to have to answer them. But You got any thoughts on the situation? You pondering here, like, what are we gonna see?
I oh, I have thoughts. I have thoughts. I have deep thoughts. What is the meaning of no? Okay, so the one thing, okay, myth units, heroes, etc. Raw historically struggling with Loki and with myth units in general, yes, but you didn't touch on camels.
No.
How well does China in general, aside from Shenong, because obviously, myth units are going to be good against human units, obviously, but China in general, do we know how well China does against cavalry? You have the halberdier. Does Shenong get that? I can't remember what it's called. Upgrade. I'm gonna rely on you for this. But there's one upgrade that kind of makes or breaks halberdier, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't remember what it's called. Does Shenong get that?
Shenong does get it. It comes with Chi Yao, which is the one
Chi
with
Yao.
Yatsu. Yes.
Right.
So yes, basically it means that the halberdier, if they catch a unit, it gets double snared. So instead of dropping like I don't know, 1 speed, it drops 2 speed. It's just not going to be able to escape from the halberdier. So he does get that. It's going to be very, very important to his success because you said it. The unit to watch out for Ra in this matchup is going to be the Camel Rider, Chariot Archer, Elephant. All of that stuff is going to be big. And they're all cavalry. So I imagine the halberdier is going to be a big help, but I mean, we're going to be finding out fairly shortly here. Ra versus on Marsh. The other thing that has changed is to touch on just a little bit with the Marsh is the relics have kind of moved a little bit. So now if you really want to go for them as Ra, it's a little bit easier. You don't have to kind of get into the middle of the map. You have the sort of timings when you want to. But Maiden, we're going to be jumping into game number 3. Tournament life on the line here for both of these guys. Revan versus Darth Nox, Ra versus Shenong. And we're going to be jumping into it right now. We've already got Revan dropping his first monument, Maiden. What are we seeing here already? It's the last game for these guys. One of these two players.
It is. Everything's on the line right here for the boys. Well, okay, so the monument, starting off with the monument for Revan. No. Oh, it's Revan going for Ra rather than Nox going for Ra. Oh, I guess. Okay. Sorry. I was thinking I should have looked up more closely. I was thinking Revan was going to be with China. I'm just so used to him playing China historically. Anyway, getting the monument up first, no surprise there. Maybe you mentioned maybe he could go into some myth units himself. I guess we'll eventually see that if he starts to drop additional monuments. We can check that in a few minutes as he gets further into his build order here. Honestly, looking at the something a little bit interesting, Boyd. Shenong gets the. Does he get that cool wall god power?
Yes. If you go through,
he does
have how
right?
to. Yes, he's got Earth Wall. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not the. Anyway, is that wall going to be big enough? Is that wall big enough to where he could encircle? I'm looking at his gold mine. Yeah, okay, there's a starting gold mine, and then his next gold mine on his side of the map is just there by the Clash of Immortals thing. No, you just missed it, Vodka. Boom, there it is. I don't think the wall goes out wide enough to cover that, but it would be way sick if he could wall that with a little god power, wall both of his gold mines, make it nice and secure. I think if you're looking at the map, this is maybe going to turn into a spicy game because both players only have that one really secure gold mine, and it's not on the same side as their back town center. So I think that both players, like we all know, Egyptian struggles with gold mines, or rather, that's a very important part of their game, right? So I wonder if eventually things are going to start to get really dicey, and maybe a lot of aggressive map control could pay off somewhere here. So if Nox decides to go defensive, he's kind of a Gaia player. If he goes defensive, gets his silly little wall up, he can maybe survive with those 2 gold mines. But like we saw in game number 1, if Revan decides to go a little bit more aggressive, which maybe seems to be his preference, that could really pay off with town centers, with all the gold mines, etc. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And you're right.
But
I mean,
can Ra
what's
do that?
important? Well, that's a great question. I think given the way that Darth Nox has chosen to advance, this is going to be a quick advance. 345. I don't think it's really reasonable
Oh,
to be able to grab a center town. unless we see Bar and we see a shifting sands onto it. We're not seeing that though. We're seeing Bar. And Bast means something very exciting. It means Eclipse shenanigans, potentially lots of Sphinx, maybe you
Yes.
could go for 2 costs. There's even ideas of maybe like very rare, but Scarab, Eclipse, timing attacks. There's lots of fun stuff to come here. But what's it going to be?
Dude, a forward town center would be so cool. Then he could his cool little wall. Nice.
Maiden.
We're not.
Maiden. I'm excited because what we're seeing right now from Darth Nox
What are we
is
seeing?
he's getting a second Yatsu out. He's getting the Yatsu upgrade out.
Ah.
And now Revenant's going to be in for some difficulty because the son of, I can't even pronounce it, Long. I'm just going to go son of Long. If you have 3 of these guys, remember the centaur from Legacy? You one-hit a villager.
Mm.
3.
Oh, I have
3
nightmares.
dash attacks. Yes. So the centaur is back, baby.
Just new and improved. A cooler looking animation.
So
Okay.
The other thing is that I'm not sure. I haven't checked this map out, but potentially, seeing as it does a lot of damage, it's very front loaded. The Sphinx are getting produced, but potentially here the Yatsu can just like one hit, run, get the speckle back, hit, and you just kill off the Sphinx. And never mind. Yatsu down. Yatsu down.
Oh,
that's huge.
Yatsu down. Why? Can I ask you a question? Is that really? I know you speak Japanese, so I trust you in your pronunciation. Are you sure that it's pronounced Yatsu?
Look, I've done some very, very technical research on this. I went on to Google Translate. I plugged it in. And I listened to how they said it. So if there's a Chinese person out there that wants to correct me, I'm happily gonna listen. I don't have any Chinese coaching.
Oh, that looks so cool, dude. Oh,
That's
it's
the
so
damage.
cool.
That's the damage. That's the damage that I'm excited for.
Oh, it's so cool. Come on. Again. Dude, I just want to say, Vodka, just follow these little guys the whole time. Who cares about anything else? Yeah, town center's going up. It doesn't matter. We got a cool fire pony and some Yatsus.
This guy's called the Chillin'. It's sort of Yatsu. Maybe that's quite correct. Yatsu.
I'll go with fire pony.
Fire pony also works.
Yatsu and the fire pony. Dude, the fire pony has a super cool animation as well. I'm not gonna lie, everybody. I'm a big fan of a lot of the graphics updates of Retold. These special attacks are so cool looking. That's all I want to. Thank you, Vodka. This is all I want us to watch. This is all I want to watch. We know there's a town center going up. He's making economy. Yeehaw. We've seen it a bajillion times before, but what we have not seen is the cool, yeah, yes! Picture in picture, baby. Vodka coming in clutch. Now, we just need Nox to take advantage of these units and get some damage done. I want to see some kills with the cool special.
Yeah, the one thing that the most interesting part of the Chinese economy, right, is you have to make a decision between whether you want to get a big fat Guaofu, which is costing you 17. He's not fat. He's built. He's solid. As a Guaofu out, or getting yourself those myth units out. So you got to make that. You got to be making that decision continuously throughout the game. So far, I think Darth Nox has really just been pumping out the myth units. I could be wrong. Maybe he's getting some of the big bad boys out, but he's got to get some damage done. Otherwise, his economy is going to be falling behind.
Yes!
There he goes. There's the damage.
Yes! Oh, it's so cool. Oh, it's so cool. And Revan isn't even paying attention. Sure, he's got 2 town centers, but that doesn't mean you can just let your villagers die. That's what, 2? I think it was 2 Vil kills, maybe 3 or so. I'm not sure. Looking like the fire
These guys, they do damage. And now we're seeing in the main base, however, Revan's going for something, but it looks like he doesn't quite manage to get any damage there. But Darth Nox has dealt some serious blows to Revan's economy. But you're right. Revan's on 2 town center. So a slight blow to Darth Nox's economy and a pretty big one to Revan. Probably is just keeping things close here.
Yes, indeed. Dude, there's a lot. I don't know if he got any Vil kills, but there's a lot of weak Vils here in Nox's base. He needs to be careful. And it looks like he only has the 1 Qualifier. Here we go. Maybe some more Vil kills here. Dude, Darth is getting some nice, Revan is getting some nice kills in this economy, and the Qualfu are not there for the, ooh, it's so cool. I'm so sorry. It's just so cool. And the priests are going to heal up those Finks, no problemo. Whew.
Right. I mean, yeah, this sort of an idea from Revan's nice, but I think the game plan, and now he's going there. He's got the resources. He's going up to the heroic age. The game plan for Egyptian in this matchup, all of the Egyptians, not just Ra, is get to the heroic age, get your Migdols down, and start making those camel riders. Start making those chariot archers. Obviously, depending on what your opponent's making, you've got to get those going. Otherwise, life is going to get challenging.
Dude, speaking of challenging, so 2-1 town center, right? The villager difference is not huge, 39 to 32, and we see that heroic age is already pre-queued for Nox, okay, and it just is coming in right now. So he has a decent heroic timing, but he's pretty behind economically. So you mentioned the camel ride, just the Migdal units in general, et cetera, et cetera. What does Darth Nox do once he gets heroic? He's got to expect the Migdal units. He's already handled a little bit of some pressure here from, a couple of barracks units, which is interesting. But yeah, I think we should probably expect the Migdal units. So again, I'm asking, how is he going to handle Migdal units when he's behind economically? The Halberdier are great, but they don't have the mobility that the Migdal units have, right?
Yeah, I guess he's got to rely on god powers and on some sort of timing here. I don't know what the timing is because he hasn't quite been able to get that heroic age in front first. It's quite happening in this position here, and this is going to hurt Darth Nox even more as those Sphinx diving in there onto the backline, trying to get that damage done, getting the tornadoes in. We see a Locust getting jumped out as well. That's a huge amount of damage onto those villagers.
Dude, Vills, army, everything. Oh my. Oh my. Look at that. Look at the fill difference now. Look at the fill difference now. And the Yatir going hard on the gold mine. Oh, it's so cool. That's a good counter damage here. Fey Beast coming in.
The defensive Fey Beast, he will be able to clean up this army, I think. He does kind of let a lot of it escape, unfortunately, but there's so many villager kills coming in here from Darth Nox. This is what he needs. This is so big.
Are you kidding me? Look at the Vil numbers. It's 32 to 29. He used to be like 15 ahead. Now they're almost equal. Are you kidding me? The Pharaoh's going hard. Good boy. But still, he's picking off what? 2 of them? 2 of the 4? Okay, so Darth Nox definitely stayed here too long, but oh mama, he got some damage. Whew.
He lost 3 of those.
Ouch.
Those cats. They're gone. But that is everything. Now the game is very much equal, if not in favor of Darth Nox in terms of resources right now that he's actually got in his hands. But he still has to do something. Drop a town center. Get some more tech. Just make a whole bunch of units and go and attack. He's got to do something with this quote unquote advantage that he's now got.
I don't know. I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call it an advantage. I would call it an equalizer, a temporary equalizer, because he doesn't really have an army and he only has 1 town center. So boom, just like that, Revan in blue, he has his Migdal up, he has production, he has army, and he's back ahead in the villager, in the total villager numbers, and he's looking like he can put on pressure 2.0 here, right? Whereas Nox in the red, it's like, okay, he's alive. He's alive to tell, the tale. He's alive to fight another day. But the other day is just right in his face. He's got to come up with an answer really quickly.
Yeah.
And
I
maybe
think the one thing that he does have that this might be the answer. These Baihu. These things are so cool, mate. And they jump into battle kind of like in a Nubite or like Bellerophon. They stun the unit that it hits. And they also send all the units around that unit flying away, kind of like a shockwave. So they've kind of got this 3-in-1 package for a heroic Age Myth unit. They just hurt. There are a whole bunch of priests out, so Darth Nox still has to be careful about those when engaging.
Is that
another Locust?
Yes, it is.
He doesn't lose all too much for that, but that's pain.
Dude, look at those. Look at those vills, man. Look how weak those vills are. That was almost a huge locust right there. Whew!
Yeah. I guess the one thing though, going for Darth Nox small, is that Revan isn't building myth units. Is that Eclipse? Not important. Revan isn't building farms, so that rain isn't going to have any impact. Obviously, hunting is always going to be very, very useful, and the rain's going to come in at some point. But yeah, no myth units. Darth Nox has got to be happy about that. He doesn't have to deal with that big power spike at any point soon. So having that Locust get dropped down, not losing any villages while they're very, very injured, is he's got to be not he's not going to be unhappy about it. That's let's put it that way.
That's a fair point. It's a very good point. As we see 4 of those Baihoos coming in, I want to see him hit an elephant. See an elephant go flying. Okay, but it's a good point. Good point, Boyd. But I think all it is it's not necessarily.
Say that 5 times fast.
But good point, Boyd. But good point, Boyd. But good point, Boyd. But seriously, I think that it's not necessarily something going for him, but it's rather something that's not going against him. And what I mean is that
yes,
it's a little bit of a misplay, by Revan. So it allows Nox to stay alive. It doesn't necessarily allow Nox to stay in this game or win or put up, a fight or anything like that. But what it does allow is him to simply survive. That's kind of what I'm thinking here.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All of this stuff is just the game gets to kind of continue along in this moment. We are going to be seeing the fight now coming as those Baihu come through. We got the lightning weapons getting dropped down. It's going to stun up these units so all the damage can come through. Those Baihu are very low on HP, but low HP Baihu, they're still going to get damage done as the priests do manage to turn around. But so much damage actually coming through here, Maiden.
Oh, yeah, that was the fight he needed to try and get into an advantageous position in this game. Okay, but is this army big enough to push? Is it strong enough to actually push here? There's 2 Migdals and the town center. He almost wiped out all of the army here, but there's Army 2.0 coming in from behind, boy. I don't know if this is a big enough or strong enough army to push through this main position.
Yeah, this is one of those things, like, see, this is a perfect position for Revan. You already said it. 1 town center, 2 Migdol strongholds. There's no siege here. There's no way to push on this position for Darth Nox. The best you could get out of this is killing off all the units. But instead, after that lightning whip finishes, Revan can turn around, pushes back, and now Revan is absolutely in the driver's seat. He's got the tech, he's got the position, he's got the economy, he's got the army. Everything is looking up for him.
Indeed. Looks like the Sith Lord is about to be crowned, Boyd. Darth Revan versus Darth Nox. And yeah, Revan looks like he's taking the cake here, man. Low vills, we could see some more vill kills here. I mean, you're absolutely right. 2 town centers, military advantage. Series advantage, that's 2-1 for Revan. The Sith Lord. Battle of the Siths have been crowned as we have a raid from Darth Nox and Twitch and the shout out. So GG's, well played, Darth Nox. Great series there, man. Really great series.
Yeah, solidly well played series there from both players, but unfortunately, one player has to be crowned. He's going to be going on to the next round. Better luck next time for Darth Nox. Revan just solid play, playing the defensive game, making sure he's getting all the things out. Darth Nox going for that pedal to the metal, just trying to put pressure on, and he just couldn't quite convert enough damage to make it sort of worth it. And yeah, well played there for Revan. And a couple of big moments in this game, I like that little mini push in from Revan when Darth Nox was in his own base. That
Yes.
was really nice as well. I think that those are little things that really, really matter.
100% agree. And I think that, honestly, aside from games 1 and games 3, I think that Darth Revan played super well. Not perfect. Like we saw the Villager equalizer with the Yacher a little bit later on, as we see the Locust coming in here. Brutal. So we did have a couple of hiccups, a couple of speed bumps himself. But in general, I love how he played these games. Really, really well executed. Yeah, there we saw the Yatzers, and now we're seeing the little COVID beasts, tooting all over the land here, killing everything off. Yeah,
All right,
creeping death.
yeah, that's funny.
It is what it is, baby. It is what it is. This was so brutal, dude. I can't believe how much time Revan did not pay attention to his main town center. It's crazy. He lost so much.
Yeah, like I actually think if Darth Nox here had just left after he did that damage, left with all the 4 of those babies, return back home and then heal them back up, he would be able to continue getting that sort of damage dealt. But yeah, he sort of overstayed his welcome, and this is a big fight. This you see how the potential of this god power here in this one fight. Look at all those units, just they can't leave. They're just I'm stuck. I can't move. I can't move. I can't move. I'm dead. Great. A lot of the units do end up actually getting out of there, but you can't fight this god power. It only lasts 20 seconds. It's not a big deal, but yeah, it's painful. And Revan did notice that. He did get out of there, and he did manage to pull back afterwards. But Maiden, I got some exciting news. Our next matchup has been decided, and we are going to be going into watching Eric Scrimstats BR against the Gaia Master himself, Zukt.
Ooh.
Be alive.
Okay. Eric made it to the final round yesterday, and then he dropped 2 to 3 against Super Afin, his Brazilian buddy. Anyway, so
Actually,
Eric.
On top of that, Maiden, Zukt dropped the Super FM as well. So this is one of those matchups which, there you go. There you go. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, drop them out, and we move on.
There you go. There you go. Take it for what it is. They both, well, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the battle of the Suprafim victims. One could say, I guess. Well, okay. So here's my take. As we're waiting for the lobby to get created, and they do have the gods drafted, so we can take a little lookarooski at those. Our first matchup is going to be. Oh, I'm a little bit bummed we don't have a new China map. Whatever. We are going to see China mirror, however, Shenong against Fuji, which is a little bit interesting. You and I know Zukt for a long, long time. We know Eric for a long time, but we know Zukt for a long, long time. He recently came back and started playing Retold again, and he's gotten back to a very respectable name. I would say that in terms of ranking, Eric has the advantage here, but Zukt has a lot of tenure and experience and strategy and wit under his belt. So on paper, I think Eric right now has the advantage in terms of skill, ranking, etc. But I would not be surprised if Zukt takes games off him and maybe even takes a series. 100%.
All right. I had the pleasure of watching Zukt play against Super Fin yesterday. That series, to be completely honest, was decided by one mistake. I want to put it. I want to do a little analogy here. We might take the entire 5 minutes to get through this. However, let's go on a journey here and imagine a game of chess.
Oh,
chess is a game where if you have an advantage, you're just winning. You just won, right? Like if you're in the spot, but if you make one bad move, you can get checkmate. You can lose the game. In this game with Zukt versus Super FM, Zukt had, I don't know, he had 2 town centers, he had 20-30 villager advantage, he had everything going his way. He moves out on the map with a whole bunch of archers, gets them cleaned up by a whole bunch of raiding cavalry, and then he ends up losing the game. If he just stays in his base and doesn't lose all those archers, there is no way that he loses the game. He wins the game, right? He just had to make the right decisions to get there. So my point is, it seems to me that Zukt is on that level, and it's going to come out. It's going to come down to one of those 1 or 2 moments in this series, as to whether things will go his way or things will go Eric's way. In other words, if you play well, you're going to find a win here.
Long story short, if you play well, you're gonna move on. Oh, okay, that's very insightful, Boyd. But I mean, very fair point. That is a very fair point. So, I mean, it's long story short. It's but okay, I get the chess analogy, like the smallest little whatever could just completely throw an advantage, can completely throw a game, whatever. Like that's essentially, yeah, okay. Well, okay, so having said that, Shenong against Fuxi, where's the throw? You know, you can throw away an army in any in any game, in any matchup, but you know, between these two, is there a power spike maybe where there's a big left or right turn?
I mean, to be honest, I'm actually not sure. Like Shenong versus Fuxi, this is a matchup I've only played a very small amount. Like I think the Civ's been out for what, 2 weeks, 2 and a bit weeks, 3 weeks. So there's still a lot of exploration to go into this. I do think Fuxi has got a very powerful sort of idea with going through the pioneer route, which Shenong doesn't have. And then, like we already know, Shenong is a myth unit sort of eccentric god, and Fuxi is a hero-centric god. Heroes counter myth units, so happy days. But you know, that's just one element of these civilizations. But nonetheless, I do have a weird question. I'm not exactly sure how this is working. I'm seeing Eric has banned Thor and Loki, but Zukt has picked Thor. Is that what's going through? Maybe everyone in the chat is confusing me. Someone let me know.
When a ban is under a player, it means the player can't use that. So Eric cannot use Loki Thor.
I see.
So yeah. So Zukt cannot use Gaia Aranos, and Eric cannot use Thor Loki. That's how it works. So when you ban the way this tournament works, when you ban a god, you're banning it for your opponent. So Zukt banned those for Eric. Eric banned those for Zukt.
Yeah. So that does make sense. Now that you think about it, it does make sense. Okay, so first map, Ghost Lake. We're going to be getting into it relatively shortly. Shenong versus Fuxi. I imagine we're going to see the pioneer angle from Zukt. So Eric's going to have to figure out, well, how do you beat that? Do you want to go in for the Javelineers to deal with the Pioneers, or you try and play for potentially the White Horse Cavalry to deal with? So 2 different angles, 2 different results. We'll see which way they want to go. But one thing's for sure, those myth units are probably not going to be that impactful from the Shenong side. So we'll be finding out right now, though, as we're going to be getting into the first game of this series in the round of 16 here in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as
Shenong.
Shenong as Shenong. I couldn't tell. Playing as Shenong, it is Eric VR and his opponent in the red color playing as Fuxi. His name is Zukt.
All right, boy. First things first. First things first. The most important thing. Ooh, the lanterns. The lanterns cannot find goats, right?
Yes, they can.
Shut up. Are you kidding me?
I'm not going to shut up. That's how it works, and I'm not kidding you.
But it's floating freaking paper, and yet that is enough to claim a goat.
Yeah, it attracts the goats. The goats are like, wow, it's light. They're kind of like, well, I mean, I don't want to go there, but they're
like gnats. They're like gnats attracted to light. Okay, I get that, I suppose. Now, okay, aside from the lanterns, here's the thing. First and foremost on Ghost Lake can be 1 gold mine, Ghost Lake can be 2 gold mine. Vodka, can you show us the gold mine positions of Eric BR here? This is a double gold mine map, right? He's got the first one back on the backside of his base, and the other one is forward. So he's starting on the safer side, which I think is appropriate, because if Zukt decides to go for the pioneer aggression, if he only had that front gold mine, Eric might be in some trouble, kind of like what we saw with Darth Revan and Darth Nox. But with the double gold mine, I think that and potential to use the wall, what's it called, the wall god power, if he decides to go that route. He should be okay to handle the pioneers, I think. You agree? What are your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I think you're right. I think we're gonna see Shinon going for Hal 2. I think Eric's gonna go for Hal 2. He's gonna have the Earth Wall as a defensive tool to deal with any sort of early Pioneer aggression. If I know anything about Eric, I know that he really, really values the defensive play into quick age ups. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric trying to grab a second town center, trying to go for a min defense while getting to the heroic age and maybe even mythic age behind it, especially on a map where you get double gold mine and a healthy amount of goat. I mean, affectionately, we call this one Goat's Lake, and there are tons of goat generally to play with. So I guess the question is going to be, if you're kind of aware of how Eric and some certain Chinese players like to play this, what is the metagame? And I know that Zukt is all about this as he clicks through a god that is very, very rare. This is Zhen Nu. And this gets access to Vanish. Vanish is the god power, which it's in the word. It literally vanishes your army. And what can this do? Well, it can catch your opponent out of position, and you can get in and get serious damage done with timing it, which does hard counter fast tech. Generally, a timing attack should counter tech, right? That's how it works. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Zook maybe going for some sort of like maybe fast new bar action with drought and a whole bunch of myth units and sending it, or some other sort of idea. There's many sort of like timing attack ideas with Zhendu. But this is exciting.
Well,
I'm excited to see this.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yes.
Before, and he just ages up, right? He just ages up. Before we get into too much action, you mentioned the potential for Eric to go to town centers. We shall see. And I agree that is typically his style. If you look in the far right corner, that's a decent second town center to take, especially when you have the earth wall as a potential. No, the one in the actual right color. 3 o'clock. Boom. And it looks like he's going for it, actually. There's gold just above a little bit, vodka behind the scoreboard, and then also the caribou over there. This is a pretty dadgum decent position over here for Eric. It's a little exposed, a little open, but he can use that earth wall to close it up. As we see the flaming pony trying to find some action here. Let's get
this unit's so this unit's so cool. There's I haven't quite done the math on it, but the special attack, if you've got enough of these, you can one hit a villager. If you've got enough of them, I think it's 5 chilling, running around, can one hit I can literally just barbecue a whole line of villagers. So I mean, if you want to be crazy and just say, I'm only going to build on this game, I'm going to get 5 of these, I'm going to run around the map, and I'm just going to start roasting villagers, you're going to have some fun. Your opponent won't, but you will.
We will too. That sounds like fun to watch.
Yes. So we're not going to see any of this kind of crazy one town center timing attack action. We're just going to be seeing Zoot going for a fast second town center himself, a little bit behind the Eric BR town center, but this is not going to have any significant impact in the game. 1 or 2 villagers won't be deciding this game. The big moments will. So no problems here for Zoot.
Indeed. He did age up later, so he did have that stronger archaic age just by a little bit as well. Anyway, I'm not super surprised to see Zukt not go for the aggression here, not go for the pioneer pressure, just because historically, Zukt kind of came to power, so you could say, as a Gaia main, as a Gaia pro, a Gaia expert, many moons ago, back when grass was still in diapers. Zukt was, we actually got the tiger thingy on the gold mine up to the right, and there's a second one down on the bottom side going after the witchmabobbers, the villagers there, the peasants. There we go. What are those things called, Boyd? The tiger thing is not the right term.
Chunky. They're called the Chunky Boys. Chunky Boys.
Chunks! Of course. Duh. Oh, and he doesn't actually get any villager kills, but I think he might have gotten villager kills. Vodka over on the gold mine, the top gold mine of Zook, there was one. And we got some flaming pony action going in the base. Yeah, there's weak vills. Oh, there's weak vills to be had there. Let's see if he's gonna get him. Let's see if he's gonna get him. Zook just paying attention. Atta boy. Pioneer is there.
This is the sort of power from Eric here. I really like this. This is gonna keep Zook kind of on the back foot. Zook is gonna be wanting to put pressure on. He's trying, but there's enough pioneers out there to defend for the time being as the chillin goes down. And with these pioneers being on the front, Eric is more than happy to be just saying, I'm ready to just kill villagers. And now he's slowly started to construct a real advantage here, as it looks like Zook is actually going for a third town center, which is, I mean, it's a good timing. He's got the advantage, but Eric has also got the resources to do that as well.
Well, yeah, but does he have army to defend this? He's got the chonker there, which already has vision. It's a really low HP, but still, he's got some vision. Plus, the what do they call, the pioneers are on their way. Sure, there's one pioneer there for Zook. Okay, fine, there's two. Okay, fine, there's three. Okay, fine, there's four. Okay, fine, there's a lot more, but still. Okay, fine, maybe he can actually get this up after all.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna be okay here, I think. Oh, a little bit of micro there. He doesn't manage to dodge that one. On the retreat here, you can like these guys are playing a little bit of Neo action as they're dodging the arrows. Really beautifully there. He's out, no real damage returned. But Eric's not actually choosing to go for that town center. So he's saying, I'm going to stay 2 town center. I'm going to go up through Rush Hour. I'm going to have that Fey Beast, and he's going to try and get some value with that instead of trying to keep things kind of. I mean, he's already found an advantage economically speaking, but instead of keeping that advantage, he's going to be going for the heroic age. We'll see if he can make anything happen with it.
Indeed, I think it's a decent position. Do you think that heroic age in general gives a big power spike? I mean, Fey Beast was recently nerfed with the latest patch, so it's. I mean, we saw in that first Darth Revan game, not quite as strong as it used to be. Sure, he used against pioneers, blah blah blah, whatever. But it doesn't feel like there's a huge power spike from China in the heroic age. Do you agree with that?
No, I still think Fey Beast is really good. I still think it's really good.
Just the power spike in general.
I actually think that if this was on the previous patch, then those Fey Beasts would have been disposed of without very much damage as well. You can't use it on you. You've got to use it somewhere else. If you use it somewhere else, villages, human units, myth units, you can get a lot of damage done. So yeah, that power spike is still there, I think.
Okay, fine, but without Fey Beasts, or rather
without Fey Beasts, the power spike isn't really there. No. It's more of a defensive sort of idea. I mean, maybe Drought can have that. If you mix it with units, you have to have a plan, sort of like flaming weapons. You can get something to happen. But yeah, if you go the forest protection one, then you're playing more that defensive idea. You've got like kind of similar to Citadel in that way. You just kind of sit there and you use that to prevent any sort of attack.
I'm even thinking of units. Like, sure, you can drop the ballet and get some cavalry out. But it's, kind of like a Migdol. I don't know what their train time is, but kind of like a Migdol idea. If they're not training really quickly, do they have a good training time? I think
it's kind of quick. I think it's similar to the Camel Rider. Yeah, you're right. It's similar.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm thinking here. Is that if he stays on 2 town center, where is he going to find advantage if he's going to inevitably be behind economically because he's down at town center? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, I mean, we're going to be finding out sooner or later exactly what's going to be happening now. The one thing that I'm quietly excited and waiting for is when is Zook going to be using this vanished god power? I think it's such a cool god power. So much use for trickery. But right now the Baihu are going to be looking for raids, and Eric is just continuously sending these myth unit raids into Zook's base, and Zook really hasn't done anything to defend all this stuff as he snipes one growl through there, jumping in and says, "Guys, got that kill. Gonna go to the next place."
Sick, nice move there. Yeah, Zook. I think Zook is doing he's doing an okay job with his pioneers around, but I think that these myth units, the Baihos and the Chonks as well, they're finding some damage, man. Not a ton, but they are finding some damage. He needs to make sure he stays he needs to be careful, man.
Now we're going to be seeing, I think it's Golmang. Golmang coming through for Zook as he is trying to hold on, but look at this, maiden. Eric's already clicked up with a mythic.
Ooh. Through what? Zhangzhou? Is that what it was?
Zhurong, maybe? I'm not actually sure how to
Zhurong! There we go.
Yeah, this one gives the Blazing Prairie. And this thing completely wipes out a base. If farm's gone, town center gone, buildings gone, villages gone, you have to leave that area. It does take some time for the damage to come through, so there's enough time to sort of escape. But yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Well, I'm excited. I know. I mean, I've said it once. I'll say it again. By the way, Nezha, or however you say that hero name, is such a
Ja.
silly looking hero. Looks like a little Fortnite hero.
Yeah, he turns into Goku Super Saiyan 4, and that's exciting for me. Because I'm a Dragon Ball Z fan, you know how it is when you get to the Mythic Age.
Let's go. All right, so we see, and go ahead.
He's kind of getting caught out here. This is a great defense from Eric. He's been playing. He's sticking to his game plan here thus far. You know, play defensively, get the raids going, keeping Zook busy while getting his age up in. And the village advantage now in favor of Zook. He's just behind on tech, and we'll see if Eric can convert here with this huge tech advantage he's going to be having. But this all comes down to some execution right now for Eric.
I think he definitely has a timing here, man. He definitely has a timing. It's going to take Zook some time to catch up in the hurl. And there it is. Oh, mama. Blazing Prairie. More like Blazing Ghost Lake, I guess. I don't know. Oh, look at all those village boys. Oh. Oh.
Yep, the damage isn't done just because you garrison those villages. You're still going to get out of the fire there. That's a burning town center. You've got to run away from it. It's burning. It's burning, man. But, I mean, he didn't really lose any. There's the Fey Beast as well. That's going to be able to kill off a whole bunch of villages. Oof.
Oh, dude. Look at the villager numbers. Now Eric is in the front by a lot. Oh, man. Whew.
That was damage right there. And now the White Horse Cavalry, they're coming in. These things hurt. They are. Imagine a Contarius, except it's getting built from a castle. That's just bonus stat, basically. This thing hits like a truck, and Zook is going to be having a lot of trouble now dealing with champion White Horse Cavalry.
Oh, indeed. He's using the forest protection god.
Yep, forest protection is in. And this means you can't really attack here anymore. You get snared up. The damage coming through. You can't really run in and kill it. You've got to kill the building off to get rid of it to actually move in onto that position. It's a very, very nice defensive spot there. And now Zook is able to start pushing back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, Boyd. He already did so much damage there. It doesn't care if he has to retreat from that position. Sure, he maybe wants to sit there and keep the town center down, but holy crap, Eric just did so much damage to Zook, man. Look at the build difference, 88 to freaking 73. They're going to be, I mean, the town center's down, but Eric has his third town center up. He's kind of pushing back in here, maybe going to be able to keep the TC down. I think Eric is in a great position, man.
Yeah, Eric is in a great position, but you can throw these positions really, really quickly. The town center is going to come back up for Zook, and you also have to remember that in the back pocket for Zook, at some point in this game, is a Peach Blossom Spring. He hasn't touched that yet. You can click on that one and see exactly how many resources he's accrued there. Just the big pink thing, the front of his base.
Come on, Vodka. We know you can find it.
Yeah. So he's got nearly 2,000 resources here to just grab. So he's going to be able to get to the Mythic Age. And that means he's going to have either a Great Flood or I believe he's got Blazing Prairie himself to hit some damage back onto Eric. So Eric has not, I don't think he's really found enough value here. He's going to have to figure out something. Because we've got a couple of those big birds coming into the Phoenix. I don't know how to say this one. I've given up on this pronunciation. your best option here.
Is the Q a ch or a k? That's the question. Joke. If it's like a chillin', joche, something like that. Yeah, it's as good. That's all I got, baby.
I'm a fan.
Here they come, some Zuche action. You said that you don't know if
Zuchia, maybe. Zuchia.
Oh, because it's like you have to pronounce each individual vowel. Is that how? Whatever. Anyways, he's got two of them. They're pretty cool looking, dude. Yep. Holy smokes.
Well, I mean, he's going straight after this town, so those villages are going to get absolutely removed there. The damage that this thing does, how this works, is it sets up like a little tornado, kind of, and then it just deals huge damage on that area. So easy to just run away from it, but if you don't, you're going to lose those units really, really quickly. Now Zook is forced to take this fight here. and he's not close to the forest protection. He does have some very powerful fire archers, but they're not going to be that good against the cavalry or the Wuzu Javelineer here. Eric's going to be able to clean this army up beautifully.
It looks like it, and probably after. I mean, the town center is not dead yet. Maybe Zook can keep that alive, possibly, but he's got to find an answer for this army here. The army doesn't necessarily have a lot of siege power, a lot of building destruction power, but it's still pretty darn strong. And he backs off. As we see a potato.
Small advantages and build on them, right? If you stay there, you just keep taking damage. He doesn't have the siege, doesn't have the pushing power. He's got a whole bunch of those Wuzu Javelineer that can't really do much. The cavalry, they can just go raid. So he doesn't have to kill a building. Just go and kill villages. Just go and do something with those and let the Javelineers kind of wait for the next fight or something, and he's going to be completely fine.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. I would like to see Eric start to build buildings forward on this left side. Get some more production forward, get some siege production buildings forward. Sure, they're champion of heavy units. That's pretty strong to take down a building, boy. He may not have siege, but he does have strong individual units. It's going to take a long time to get there. Anyway, I want to see Eric really put the nail in the coffin by building forward siege buildings. Just buildings in general, forward production buildings on this position to close things out.
Yeah, it's always a good idea. These Valet, they only cost 500 resources plus the favor. So yeah, you can get a ton of these up very, very quickly.
Bro, look at his eco. Aside from gold, sell a little bit of gold or sell a little bit of food. Boom, he's got himself however many Valet, and he also has a town center that he can claim. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Zook is struggling right now for military units. Dealing with these white horse cavalry, I think is actually quite challenging. If you don't have your own ones, you go for halberdier, but then you're building halberdier into ranged units that are going to be able to kill the halberdier. Life gets challenging, so you have to really both control your army amazingly and also deal with the fact that these are really quick units that can get around and start raiding you. But Eric here, he's going to be able to take the 4 town centers and continue to build on this advantage that he's constructed for himself.
Indeed, I'm looking at options for Zook, boy. I mean, he's got his Vanish God power. I think it's probably too late to really take a big advantage of, get a lot of value from that. Speaking of value, holy smokes, the Zhu or whatever, lots of damage on those units. Yeah, I don't think Zook really has. He doesn't really have he doesn't have a flaming weapons in his back pocket. He doesn't even have mythic in his back pocket. He has 4K wood, and that's about it in his back pocket right now.
A lot of wood. You can save that for next game because he's tapping out as Eric gets the first win here. I mean, this was just really well executed, to be honest, from Eric. I think that Zook just wasn't prepared for that myth unit harassment. And Zook took that damage, and then Eric said, that's a big amount of edge there. I'm going to then build on it. Zook said, I took too much economic damage. I'm going to have to grab my town center. And from there, it's just get hit by those god powers, get hit by the tech that's coming through. And that's where things went really well for Eric. Yeah. So in this next game, Zook's going to have to be thinking, okay, how do I mitigate all of this sort of early pressure from Eric so he can play in to where his strengths lie, which is going to be the scrappy games, the kind of like getting those raids in all over the place and playing in a very different style. But yeah, a great start for Eric. We'll see if Zooks can change things up in game number 2, Maiden.
Well, he saw the power of the God power combo. Maybe he can use that himself, as we see. I mean, you're mentioning the myth unit abuse. Here's where he almost grabbed a couple of villagers. At the same time, he was up on the top side. Boom. As we see weak villagers here, Eric did. I think Eric could have gotten a lot more Veil kills. He did a good job with the Chonker abuse. I think he definitely could have, would have, should have got a couple more Veil kills, but he did a good job. I thought that Zook was going to not get this town center up, but he showed up with a whole lot more pioneers than I expected. Anyway, what is this replay? Ooh, yeah, the Kafu guy.
The Baihu. These guys are so sick. They're my favorite. They're my favorite myth unit from the expansion for sure.
Mm.
Blazing Prairie, this thing coming through. This was sick. What you have to do here is, as the quick way to kind of get away from this is, as soon as it drops, send all your villagers actually away from the center.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it does less
oh.
damage on the outside, but it does take a little bit of time to start cooking, so to speak. So yeah, you want to run away from it, out of the area straight away, and then you're not going to lose any of those villages. But yeah, Eric doing a great combo here. Fey Beasts plus the Prairie. And after all this, he was only down by a handful of villages, but I don't think that even being here, Zook just didn't have the right unit composition here to deal with the follow-up of the White Horse Cavalry and all the other good stuff.
Yeah, I think that the god power combo, it took Eric from behind by a handful of villagers to ahead by a handful of villagers. In fact, at this
Mm,
point in time, he's 14, 15 villas
yeah,
ahead.
yeah,
So it literally flipped that script, in that Eric was behind and then ahead. And so that third town center completely mitigated. And but I think what really capped it off for Eric was the switch into the cavalry.
yeah.
If he didn't switch into cavalry, he would have been ahead by villagers, blah, blah, blah. But I think the cavalry numbers really made things complicated for Zook to try and fight. So I think that was it was a good move, in addition to the God Power combo getting damage, blah, 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 blah. But adding in just a handful of those and upgrading them, that's what really made things complicated for Zook. And he
Yeah,
was never able to
for sure.
recover.
For sure. But Maiden, we're going to be getting into another game. We've got Giza with Nuwa and Odin coming up
Hmm.
next. So we get a little bit more of a taste of the Chinese, with this time some of those vanilla gods to come through
Mm.
and say g'day. As Odin is going to be a fun one. Do you have any now that you're starting to get a sense of what these Chinese gods are doing? Do you reckon? What do you think about the Norse going in against the what the Chinese can build? What do you think?
Well, I've seen, ooh, as we see a nice little, there's a special right here. There it is.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that
got
was
away from it
sick.
nicely
And
though.
yeah, he did. It was so good. Sick reaction, sick attack, everything. That was sick. Anyway, speaking of sick, Odin is also used to be sicker, but is still pretty sick. I've heard from from just the discourse around balance and China and everything over the past couple of weeks. I've heard that the opinion is that a lot of players think that Norse is able to do a decent job fighting against China. I'm not sure if that. I mean, Loki versus Thor versus Odin versus Freyr, they're very different gods.
Yeah,
Yes, they're
they're
all
very
Norse,
different.
but they're very, very different. So that general statement of, oh, Norse has some success, do players really just mean Thor Loki? Is it the defensive nature of Freyr? You know, I don't. What does Odin have here to try and fight against Nuwa?
Well, yeah, I- I'll throw in just my own personal experience trying to play some funky variations of China, trying to explore a little bit more. The things that I've noticed that China actually has struggled with is early game building counter cavalry units, because the halberdier, they cost a lot of food, and China struggles to get food in the early game. The big amount of resources they get is with the quail food. You build those quail food, you get a whole bunch of wood, you get a whole bunch of gold. Can't really use them on food. You can. Should you? Maybe. But you don't want to. So, yeah, building out those halberdier early on to deal with cavalry is tough. Odin is going to have a great time building raiding cavalry, because he's going to go through Freya and he's going to get into the Valkyries, get the cavalry, and he's just going to apply huge amounts of early pressure. So while you do have the Earth Wall to kind of defend, if you're using Earth Wall against cavalry units, it won't last for very long unless you've got units to defend it. So I think that, yeah, there's definitely some challenges to get over for Nuwa in this match.
Now apply that. Also apply that to Giza, because
Yes.
Giza as a map is very open. There's hunt
Exactly.
options. There's hunt options. There's gold options. But you got to go get them.
Yeah.
And so we all know there's plenty of food in your base. Blah blah blah. He's going to be nice and comfy in his silly little earth wall, right? But that just gives all the hunt and map and everything to Odin and those raiding cavalry to potentially cause havoc. So you're thinking heavy Freya play is the way to go. Is there a timing with Njord, Walking Woods,
Oh, I hope
Jarls,
so.
etc.?
I'm a fan. I'm a Njord fan. That technology. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but it's not. It's the other one, the one for raiding cavalry that boosts them. They got buffed recently, as now raiding cavalry get divine damage.
Mm.
They get 1 divine damage. So yeah, you can have a lot of success there. But
Mm.
after just talking it out loud, maybe the answer for China is actually to throw the Guaofu onto food if you need to. Like it's not amazing. It's you get 3 villages worth. You're only getting kind of 2 villages worth putting the Guaofu onto food. But that's still a lot. But nonetheless, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here. As we're going to be seeing in the bottom side of the map, playing as Nuwa, it will be Eric BR, currently up 1-0 here. And Zook now is going to be running in with the Odin in the top of the map, playing with the red color maiden. You already talked about it a little bit. Giza, open map here. Cavalry focus for the Odin is a must kick this game off. What are you seeing? What are you liking? What are you not liking?
Ooh, I like those zebras, and ooh, I like that gold mine. Dude, are you kidding me? We're just okay. This map almost completely counteracts exactly what we were just talking about how oh, the gold and the food and everything. It's all outside of your base and raiding cavalry, blah blah blah. Yeah, but there's zebra and a gold mine behind in the very corner. You can't really ask for much more on a map like this. So honestly, I think that if he uses his fun little earth wall god power, then he can absolutely wall up. Maybe a little bit more if necessary on that left-hand side, and he can secure all those resources behind there, and I think he can maybe be just fine.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that with this back gold mine, this back zebra, he's got to be happy with the map. I looks like it's a I want to guess that it's a 2 Rhino Giza on all of the settlements, so a fast second town center potentially is a fast second town center is also going to be really nice. So you're going to be able to immediately get 1,000 food there to immediately start getting yourself those halberdier out to defend against these sort of crazy 1 town center aggression from these mad Norse players. But that also means that Zoot can very happily go for some fast town center reaction. And we might actually see this game going long here, Maiden.
I agree. When you say long, how long?
I don't know, 25 to 40 minutes long, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay.
What's a
I
long
suppose
game
maybe.
for Age of Mythology?
Well, yeah, these days, of course it is.
All right. Zook is crazy. Zook's a madman. He's playing Norse. He's been hit by that madman gene. He's got a Ford Temple. He's going to be going for some early aggression here.
He's going up to Freya as well. This almost, a temple like that almost smells like Heimdall action, but it's gonna be Freya. And I actually don't like that he's showing his ravens so quickly. That almost gives, hints Eric at the fact that his temple is so close. I wouldn't be surprised if Eric starts looking at the front of his base, looking for forward temple here, seeing those ravens so early. But anyway, I was gonna say, Boyd, that I was gonna say in the previous game, Zooked is historically a Gaia player, and so you'd think that he's more of a boomy, ecocentric player rather than like an aggression like this. So I'm really surprised to see him going so aggressive like this. I don't know if he's going to necessarily go for raiding cavalry spam, and I don't know if it's going to be successful either because of the good placement of resources here. Do you think it could pay off?
I think we're going to find out right now as the Valkyrie comes in. He's actually pushed all those villages immediately off of the food here. You see a Chongqi here to come through and push back, and it looks like, well, Zooked here, he's going to be a little bit scared because Chongqi means that his main base is going to get harassed by that thing to no end. Norse doesn't have a ranged hero to deal with it. So he's going to be trying to apply pressure and keeping that unit distracted in his main base. Because the other thing for Zook here, while going through Freya, is he can burn some wood and then force Eric into a really, really difficult spot on different wood lines here. So burning that one back forest and then all the other forests on the left side of the base means he might be able to even get a wood starve going in this early stage of the game.
Oh, don't even. You serious?
Just burn the right wood, put all the pressure onto the bottom tree line here, and then what do? Where else are you gonna get wood?
I don't know. You just use your earth wall, and then you just
Your earth, yeah. You could do. We've already got a second Valkyrie. It's a really quick second Valkyrie here, Maiden. This is one thing that I've really been enjoying. Oh, he catches the goal through. He broke.
Boy, likey.
I was excited.
You got excited.
I was excited.
Boyd's making noises here, folks. You know the game. Like, things have gotten real when Boyd starts making noises. All right, but 4 Pioneers and the potential Earthwall, man. I don't see it working, dude. I don't see it working.
Well, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy now because Eric says, "I see your aggression. I don't care. I'm getting my town center." And now my idea of a wood starve is gone because he's got a there for a wood line.
Indeed, he's got the town center. He's got double rhinos over there as well. I hate to say it, but I've been on the north side so many times, and it's like, yeah, I'm going aggressive, and look what I did, and I killed a villager. But it's like, yeah, who cares? You know, he's got another town center cranking him out anyway.
Yeah, well, he's going to be maybe spotting that with the Valkyrie. Probably does just spot it there, sees the town center up, and goes, okay, I know what's coming. So next plan here for Zook has to be, okay, do I keep spamming units out and try and pick off some villages and get the raids in? Do I cut my units right now and go heroic age? Or do I drop back and just drop a town center myself? That's literally the 3 decisions you can make in a game, but which one is he going to go for? We'll have to wait and see.
Boy, spitting some facts here, folks. He's got the game figured out. Those are literally the 3 options.
It's an RTS game. You can either build military, you can get economy, or you can get tech. There's nothing else you can do. I guess you can build buildings.
What?
You could go ahead and spam a whole bunch of buildings out.
It is technically an option. That is very true. Okay. And he is going for a town center. He's going for that right side town center, as we can see on the mini map. Okay, well, there's our option. Both players going for the town center. You know, I don't know. There's a little bit of something going for a forward town center. He's got some initiative, some map control. There's maybe something there. Maybe that would make a big difference in the game if there were not the back resources for Eric behind his base. But I don't know. It's something. It's something.
It is. It is something.
It is something.
But these Valkyrie, this is the scary part about like getting out early Valkyrie upgrades. You get 2 of these guys out, I don't care anymore about taking a little bit of damage as I run into your base and kill off villagers, right? Like, I'm just going to come in, I'll take a whole bunch of damage from your Pioneers, so as long as I don't lose any of the Valkyrie, I can just heal them back up, and then I can go do it again, and then do it again, and over and over and over and over again. I really like this from Zook, but Eric is defending it beautifully.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's forcing a teensy bit of idle time from the Quafu, but that's about it. You know, looking at the build difference, 45 to 32. That little bit of eco damage is nothing compared to in the bigger scheme of things.
Yeah, and one thing that's kind of going a little bit awry for Zook at the moment is like he's kind of struggling on the food and wood with 1,200 gold in the bank. He's maybe overbuilt dwarves a little bit here. Easy way to rectify this is to drop a market and get a little bit of that market macro going, and he might be able to get himself to the heroic age at a reasonable time, but definitely hurts going for that, getting that macro off at this point. But the food is coming in nice and quick.
It is. However, we already have a heroic coming in for Eric. So in terms of a heroic age spike or something like that for Zook, Eric's gonna beat him there. He's already a quarter of the way up. He's ahead in economy. He doesn't have map control. That's really the only thing that Zook's got going for him, is that he's got map control. So if he can maybe miraculously maintain that for the next 10 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes, maybe he can take this game, and he is going yard 666. He can maybe take himself this game, but that bat gold mine just really complicates his options, honestly.
Yeah. So, man, you remember when we talked about like the Egyptian sort of game plan to some degree against China, which is to get to those camel riders? Well, Odin kind of has a similar thing. Jarl. Get those really powerful Jarl, get the ring giver, and all of a sudden you've got this really tanky cavalry unit, which China struggles to deal with. You get the halberdier out, no worries. I've got some throw and axemen for those. I'll get the correct amount and I'll keep building my Jarls. Or what you make out the Tiger Cavalry in the Mythic Age. They cost a lot. We just have Fey Beast coming down though. That's damage right here. As the Zook gets really caught out, he does great split, so he's only going to be losing a handful of villages. But the damage is still coming through.
It's definitely still coming through. The little dwarves, run for your lives, little boys! Come on! Look at their little legs go. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, they tried so hard. He tried so hard, but you can't escape COVID, that's for sure. And man, eco damage done. Look at the build difference now, Boyd. 35 to 64. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, that was painful. There is... Okay. There might be a little bit of a downtime here, so story time. How many years ago, I was playing against a guy called AOL Popeye, your buddy from your...
Oh, Popeye works for NASA. Did you know that?
There you go.
He's
I was playing. G. I did. He is a G. He's an insane chess player as well. Nonetheless, ISIS versus Thor game. Ancestors Eclipse killed like 20 of my villagers, no joke. But I had a huge amount of units out. With Norse, huge attack. Get the damage back. He has to get this damage. He's coming in with the Mountain Giants. He's got himself Walking Woods as well. We see the Earth Wall come through. There's so many Dow Swordsmen here. I'm not sure he's got the right composition here at the moment to break through this. And the Sage is out. And these Mountain Giants are just not doing the damage. We see a Forest Fire getting dropped down in an attempt to get out of this position. But it looks to me like Eric has well and truly held on here, maybe.
Absolutely, dude. Losing the Mountain Giants like that, his resources are cut off, his Njord Walking Woods are too late, and the game is over. Eric with a brutal COVID attack on the poor little dwarves. Ouch, that had to hurt.
Yeah, that was we talked about it already. Fey Beast was nerfed, but Fey Beast doesn't work against heroes. It was really good against villagers. Eric knows exactly that. And that was what we call max value god power usage from Eric in that game. And unfortunately, Zook did not play around that one. The only thing that I can think of right now against this god power is, remember extended edition. Here's the damage. Here's the damage. Do you remember extended edition Locust?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how do you play around that? Well, you spread your villagers out all across the map. Put 5 villagers over here, 5 villagers over there, 5 villagers over there, and that's how you mitigate damage to some degree.
Yeah. Oh heavens! Oh heavens! The poor little dwarvies, and long COVID got him in the end. Ugh. Ouch.
Well, it looks like we're going to be going for a short break here before moving into another game here. The qualifiers are still going to be going on for the rest of the day. So lots of Age of Mythology to come. Make sure you go grab yourself a tasty beverage, a great snack, and all the other good stuff. And we'll be back in a jiffy. And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be moving into the deciders here, I believe. We're going to be taking a look at El Matador going up against Eric, the maiden. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of watching both El Matador and Eric. El Matador having a little bit of trouble yesterday, but he seems to have made it through all the way to this very important moment. Eric has had a very crisp run today and also did very well yesterday. He's definitely going to be wanting to get this win, get himself into the main event. He's been definitely on the cutoff every single time. But is there anything else you're seeing thus far that is looking screaming out to you that's kind of exciting?
Everything is exciting. The whole event is exciting. Personally, I'm gonna quick shout out. I'm a big fan of Grand Monster. I'm also a big fan of B. So over on that right-hand side, that is a titillating tournament, tit for tat matchup over there. I think that would be a really exciting match to pay attention to as well. Maybe there's another channel that's doing that one. B, a really creative and funky Norse shenanigans. Grand Monster's got a lot of Norse under his belt as well. He's just a good player all around. So Grand Monster currently up 1-0. That's probably a really exciting one. Shelty and Mosca, that's a beast of a matchup already. Just everything it's very exciting. We're still waiting for a couple of other slots to fill up. Like we don't have Revan's opponent just yet. We don't have Asomardo's opponent just yet. So we'll see how things actually shape up. But for right now, honestly, Matador Eric, that's going to be a big one, which we're going to be jumping into. B and Grand Monster, that thing is going to be a nasty matchup for sure, though.
I know I did get to watch a little bit of Grand Monster yesterday. He came in with this brutal strategy against Shelty. He went for a lot of those Sphinx dudes and was able to get huge amounts of damage done while Shelty tried to claw his way back in, couldn't quite make it in that specific game, but he did drop the Shelty in that one. So it's good to see him performing yet again today. The other player I'm excited to see in this tournament is Nullus. I haven't had the pleasure of actually seeing him in tournament since Legacy. Actually, he was one of the players who was constantly getting to top 4, winning tournaments in Legacy. So seeing him kind of ready to jump into this tournament and show everyone what caliber of a player he is. I mean, I'm hoping we're going to see him. At least showing up in the deciders, but there's a lot of games to come. Maybe we'll see what's going to happen. I'm excited to see this draft here between El Matador and Eric, though, as we're going to be jumping over here to see exactly what's going on there. As we do see Eric has banned out Noir and Loki from El Matador, and El Matador banned out Noir and Zeus. I'm not going to be seeing any of that new shenanigans here, Maiden. What are you saying?
El Matador, last he played in the what's it called, the Captain's Draft tournament.
Yep.
And did he actually? Well, I can't remember whether or not his team won or not. Anyway, he had a beastly Thor in that tournament. Now Thor in 1v1's different story compared to Thor in team games by all means, but interesting to see Thor there. Eric allowing Thor there. I guess he doesn't want to go against Loki, but I guess he's feeling more confident going against Thor. That's the main thing that's jumping out to me in terms of El Matador. He seems like a type of player where he's just a good RTS player. He's a really high level AoE 2 player. And so he might have certain gods he prefers to play, but I feel like he's just a good RTS player. Right, so maybe you know him better than I do. Maybe you like his draft better than I do. But it seems to be a bit.
He is absolutely just a good RTS player. Absolutely, you nailed it. Like, this guy, I'm pretty sure he was like in the top. I might be over exaggerating. I'm pretty sure he was somewhat in the top of Age of Empires 2 because he's been playing Age of Empires 2 and Mythology. So maybe top 100, maybe top 50. I'm not exactly sure.
50,
maybe someone in the chat.
I think 50 for sure.
Someone can correct me there, but yeah, he plays like a top Age of Empires 2 player as well, because he's got that army control. His macro is impeccable. where he makes mistakes often comes into the strategic side of things, which I think Eric has got a very, very specific way of playing Age of Mythology. Very specific. We're going to be seeing the god picks coming through here. It's going to be Thor versus Fushi on Ghost Lake. And when I say Eric's got a very specific strategic style, I mean, he's got his notepad, he's got his notebook down, very Mr. esque. He knows all the matchups, he knows what to do in all the matchups. He has the specific sort of like, okay, if he does this, I do this. If he does this, I do this. But when it comes down to it, and you're playing against a really good RTS player like El Matador, sometimes those sort of like preconceived ideas, they just go out the window. Because, you know, when someone's amazing, they're going to do things that other players might not be able to do. You're going to find yourself in positions you're not normally in. So you're going to have to start thinking about making strategic decisions on the spot, tactically speaking, and as a more overall sort of idea. But Thor versus Fushi Maiden, another sort of Norse versus Chinese matchup. We just saw one. What is there something kind of different here for Thor than maybe Odin, and maybe something going to go a little bit different? What do you reckon?
Well, okay. So you're just talking about decision making, right?
Yes.
And kind of in the the thing about that, I agree with you, but you kind of know exactly what you're going to get with Thor, right? If
Yes.
Thor is played optimally, you're going to have the later post 4-minute advance. You're going to have the armory coming out, and on and on and on, right? You really kind of know what you're going to get, and so it's up to Eric. Well, it's up to both players to kind of execute what they need to execute. With Fushi, what I'm expecting, if I'm not mistaken, Fushi can go for the pioneer aggression.
Yep.
Correct
Yep.
me from okay. So, correct me from
Pioneers
So-
are good, says AOL Iron Maiden.
the pioneers are good. You see, my ancestors were actually pioneers, not the China folk. But anyway, so I think there's maybe some opportunity there for Eric to put some early pioneer pressure on Thor. He knows there's going to be a late advance. There's no, Earth Wall to defend him. Ghost Lake can give you only one starting gold mine. So he might be able to kick Thor off of the gold mine right away, force the classical age Dwarven gold mine, and gold pressure, gold pressure, gold pressure. That's what I'm expecting from Eric there. I don't know if he's going to decide to go for anything other than that. Is there an alternative option? I suppose there are, but...
I mean, okay, well, so you're right. Thor, kind of right. Thor is sort of one-dimensional in the fact that the obvious strategy is put the armory down, get your armory upgrades out, and go.
Yeah.
But we've seen it before. Thor versus Kronos, Mr. versus, I want to say it was Magic. I think he was probably one of the first players to show it off. You can just go for a regular advance time nice and quick. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you can drop your armory later, get your armory upgrades in, and you defend all the early pressure. No problems. Another crazy strategy available on Ghost Lake for Thor is you can go for a 3:15 advance time and rush. So if the Fushi wants to do the aggression, you don't want to deal with it, you want to be the one who wants to aggress, you can just go, all right, let's advance quick here and let's go and attack them. Say the Valkyrie in your main base at 3:15 into the game sounds pretty good to me, so let's try that. So there are some other options, but you're right. The strategy is just really powerful for Thor to advance a little bit later. However, we did see, well, what I saw from El Matador yesterday against Mini Yeti in his game, it was a Freya versus Kronos game. So kind of similar in terms of how the aggression and later advance dynamic works. El Matador wants to go for that later advance time, and he doesn't even care that there could be potentially aggression coming at him. So we might see something similar here where he just goes, I'm just going to deal with it if it comes. If it doesn't come, great. If it does come, I'm scared, but I'll try and deal with it. So, yeah, we might be seeing one thing. We might be seeing something else. I mean, those are the questions, but it will depend very much so on this Ghost Lake spawn. Is it going to be the 1 gold mine, the 2 gold mine? You tell me. Let's have a prediction in the chat here. Is it going to be 1 gold mine? We'll bet on it.
Boy, you've been crushing it with the quotes today. Like, if he plays better, he's probably going to win the series. He could do economy, military, or tech. Like, You know, we could see one. We could see. It's like, yes, Boyd's informing us excellently today.
We've got some high level commentary coming at you right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. Like, I know there are possibilities with Thor, but is El Matador? What is he the type of player to? If you're gonna bust out a 315 Thor advance, you don't just bust it out, dude. You gotta prep for something like that, right? You gotta like practice it at least a little bit.
Just a little bit. I don't know. I mean, do you really have to practice something to be good at it? Some people will tell me differently. They just go, this got so easy. You just do whatever you want and it just works. No, I know El Matador. I know he's got his practice behind the scenes with his practice partners. I know he's got his ideas already as to what he's going to be going for, and it's not going to matter really if Eric's going to rush him or not. He's going to go for that strategy. He's practiced, he's prepped, and generally speaking, in these sort of tournament settings, with the exception of Recon on Curl Alga against the Mister, you don't cook up a strategy in the middle of a $10,000 plus tournament and just to see if it works. Maybe sometimes you do, but yeah,
Recon's a unique breed.
Recon will do whatever he wants. He's like, yeah, I think Ares sounds good. Let's go for that. But yeah. Oh dear. I mean, we could talk a little bit about some of the other gods in this draft here, Maiden. Is there something that's sticking out for you for Eric that just looks like really, really exciting? Like, who's going to grab that god?
Silence. No, I don't know. No, there's no Egyptian chosen for. Oh, El Matador has Ra. It's gonna say there's no Eggy for anybody. It's a best of 5, so we're gonna. Ooh, speaking of a best of 5, we do have Bamboo Grove, which is cool. One of the new new maps, so that's nice to shake things up. Hopefully, those
I'm
guys
a fan of this map. Yeah, it's a good map. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, Anatolia, Alfheim, and Ghost Lake. Wah, wah. Those things are. We've seen those once or twice before. So anyway, aside from god picks, I'm looking at the gods in addition to the actual maps. Like, what if we do see Egyptian? If we do see Ra, where's he gonna bust it out on?
Well, I mean, the Ra.
We're
about to jump into the game, so we'll talk about it a little bit later. There are some good maps here for all of the gods in this pool, but we're going to be jumping in the Ghost Lake here. First game here. It's best of 5 situation, mate. In the bottom of the map, we have El Matador playing for the NOC team now. He's got that door, dropping down the Dwarven Armory as well. In the top of the map, Eric, he's already placed his Peach Blossom Spring at the top. He's playing Fushi, and he is off to the races already here. Maiden, what are you saying?
First things first, 2 gold mines. Second things second, Armory already up for Thor. I know we're looking at Eric right now, but we already have the Armory up for Thor. So there goes Copper Shield. So we know exactly what's happening this game, and we know that So what I want to look at real quick, Vodka, is the aggressive potential here for the Pioneer. We'll get a look at goats here in a second, but there's a lot of starting hunt. Yes, a lot of starting hunt. It is on the front side of El Matador's base, but he should be able to pull in those Aurochs, no problemo. His food should be secure for quite some time. Sure, there's some exterior food as well. Gold mines, though. That gold mine he's on right now, it's okay. And then the backside gold mine, yeah, defensible. I think that this is a pretty decent map for El Matador. It definitely could be worse, I guess, assuming we're going to get Pioneer aggression. Yeah?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the interesting thing here. We were talking about it as if it's a 1 gold mine or a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. In a sense, if it spawns with, I mean, it's going to always spawn with these aggressive animals, the Aurochs, the boars. You're not going to be able to get any damage really early game, on the food because it's going to be underneath the town center. You can't get in and raid that. The gold mine is kind of there, but just retreat back onto the other gold mine, no problems. Where you potentially could get a little bit of damage, and this is going to come down to building positioning here from El Matador to defend against this. Very simple to do so, in my opinion, with this map layout. Obviously, the tempo coming down for Eric, but El Matador, the position to attack is going to be the wood line. But I don't think that there is access to that left wood line easily. Drop a temple there, and it's going to be very safe wood chopping for those Norsemen. But we do see a fast advance time for Eric. He's going through Chi Yo, and that means that Yatsu are going to be coming.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I apologize in advance for potential, excitement over the special attack. It is what it is. It's exciting to watch. Okay, forgive me. Hopefully,
Be excited for
honestly.
it. The more teleport shenanigans, the better.
Yeah, it depends on who you're rooting for, I suppose. A pair of golden lions. That's going to help bigly.
Yes. And that god power is always good for the early game. It's just great. Either helps pressure or helps defend, and yeah, always. Did I say god power? Relic. It's a god power.
Yeah. A relic that gives you a god power?
Basically, I mean, well, think about it. If you've got Fey Beast, and that gives you kind of like 6 kind of lion-esque dudes, and then you get a relic that gives you 2 lions. I mean, surely that's god power worthy.
Can't deny that. And we see the aggression, the lions, the Yatsus, the pioneers. Oh my. Everything making its way over. Is he advancing just yet? Yes, about a third of the way up to Forsetti. No surprise there. Really safe food. The chickens are a bit exposed, but really safe food. Let's see what Eric can find. How's this scouting, Vodka? Can we just do a quick little peekaroo at his scouting? Nice.
Yes, because hasn't really seen a whole lot, has he? He's coming to the wrong side of this base. He will be able to snipe a little bit of... he gets a villager on the left side, though. That's a really nice start here for Eric. Nice. And as well as a whole bunch of idle time, Maiden.
Is it going to get stuck? No.
Damage on the next stage. There's one smack.
Ooh!
Damage and gets out of there as the healing spring to come down. Behind this, what's Eric doing? He's not dropping a town center. He's actually got himself the Imperial Academy, so he's getting out that Neja. He's going to have himself that really powerful hero, plus going to keep spamming these pioneers out. He's just going all out on this aggression.
Yeah, buddy. I like it. I don't know if it's on paper. I don't know if it's the best idea just because of the, all the food in the base, all the gold mines in the base, safe wood, blah, blah, blah. But by all means, he's advanced so much earlier, already got that Vil kill. He can maybe start to, get some kind of some snowball momentum going, maybe.
Boy, dropping that troll is kind of he's not really going to be doing much against all the heroes spam coming through, but you never want to be losing units like that. As the Yatset, I'm going to go with Yatset. I think that might be closer. Coming through. The best way to sort of deal with this one is to sort of just turn around with your dwarves and then shank it while you've got Ursa in there. Because you can get it, you can just catch it out of position and get it stuck.
Yes. Oh, dude. That wall not getting completed is kind of brutal. He should maybe just swap over onto that other gold mine, honestly, and leave that one alone.
It looks like he's going over there now as the dwarves are going to be having to come onto the berries instead of the chickens. So some serious damage has happened here as he gets a little dash away. Got a sliver of HP remaining. It looks like potentially here El Matador is held on from this early aggression.
Is he going to save it?
It's down. I guess
Hopefully
the question
Eric gets
right
another
now,
one out.
Maiden, I think the question right now has to be, can you just go berserks against pioneers, especially Fushi pioneers, with the divine damage, with the bonus HP and everything that's going to come through? I mean, can that work? I don't know. I haven't seen it before. We're both going to find out.
Is that what he's going for? I haven't even paid attention to the buildings that he has in his base. Is he going for? Well, there's the berserks. There we go.
That's the berserks. He's got Hall of Fence coming through. They're going to be speedy. The pioneer did get hit with the smallest of nerfs onto speed. So instead of 4.3 speed, they're now 4.0 speed. But that's kind of a big deal when you're now 5.2, 5.3 speed berserks. That's some pain coming for you if you get caught out of position.
Very true. He needs numbers, in all sincerity, to really catch the Pioneers out and do damage. But rather, there is opportunity to hit the economy, which is what Matador's going for. It looks like he's maybe going to catch something on that top side. The berry pickers.
Yeah, this is going
Ooh,
to be a nice little raid. Looks like he catches one villager out. He's not going to be greedy and go after all of them. Just takes one and says, "All right, we're out of here. That's good damage." Going to swing around and try and get back onto them there. He's going to maybe get another one there. If he shoots. Does he quite? Yes, he does. Eric too greedy
wow.
with the return onto the berries. And does he get out without losing a berserk? Yes, he does. He can actually get another villager kill.
Oh, no way! That is
Dude,
so cute. Does it get...
He does. Oh my
Oh
god!
my
We're just like we're not even making any noises or any commentary. It's like, is he getting it? Is he getting it? He gets, that was some sick damage there from El Matador as Eric there. I think all of that early game advantage that he cooked up from the early Pioneer aggression is gone.
Yes. But look at the Vil numbers, right? It's 34-33. So the early Vil kills that Eric got put him ahead, but now El Matador got a couple of Vil picks back. And so they're on equal standing, equal footing in terms of Vil numbers for the most part. But the thing is, boy, is that mitigates the armory advantage of Thor, right? He
Yeah.
should be ahead by 3-4 villagers at this point in time, but you know, he's only ahead by like a half, kind of.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be seeing the heroic age coming in. So I guess Eric did get punished a little bit here from this kind of, I would say, semi-greedy uh, heroic age grab. Like,
Mm.
if your opponent's spamming units and you just go, I'm going to stop building units and I'm going to go to the heroic age, just take some damage. And he did, but he does get that Gulmang out. So that's going to give him a little bit of something to work with moving forward. And I think the big unit that he can get to deal with all these berserks is the Chuko Nu. This is a really big one in the heroic age from Sheen Workshop, I believe it's called. And it kills berserks off like nothing. So good.
They're little machine guns, dude. Little medieval
Yeah.
machine guns, that's for sure.
Right. These raids here from El Matador. He's showing up. He's kind of styling a little bit here. He's got the double groups, but still got to be careful. He can't be throwing away units. Eric does manage to pick off one berserk.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, he got that initial damage, the 4 or whatever Vil kills. But I think that Eric has enough defense here that El Matador, he can't be diving for Vils just right now. There's too much defense. Maybe if you mix in like the whole army, oh yeah, you can definitely dive a hunt patch or something like that as he's trying to sneak in and not quite find anything. He needs to be really careful not to lose these berserks though, man. Really careful.
Yeah. The other thing is right now, Eric, he's hit the heroic age and he decides to jump onto the Peach Blossom. So I'm not sure. I think he's getting gold from it. Maybe he's getting. I think it's gold. Can you click on the thing? Yeah, he's getting a whole bunch of really quick gold in. This could be
Nice.
to try and shoot straight to the mythic age. But he does have to get out that ballet straight away.
But he needs gold for it. Look at his eco, dude. Look at his eco. He's got the food. There's the ballet.
He's going to try and go for it. This is really risky because flaming weapons, a whole bunch of berserks running in here. If you get the ballet up, you drop forest protection. Maybe it's going to be enough. But still, you're really risking a lot of damage to come through. We'll see if he can make it happen as the Qualifiers just having to run away, but he's losing. Like, you're right. El Matador is charging in, trying to get this damage done, and he's just losing unit.
Yeah. I think the time for, by all means, he can keep poking and prodding and find damage where he can. But you know, if you try and force it too hard, his berserk's going to be too low HP. If he actually takes a legit engagement, his army is just going to be toast, even with the flaming weapons. How well? Speaking of flaming weapons, how well does what's it called? The little, as he's trying to push in here, maybe. What's the little lightning zap weapons thing called? The second god power.
Literally lightning weapon.
Okay, okay, there we go. How well does that do fighting against flaming weapons?
Okay, so lightning weapons doesn't affect hero units, so pioneers don't get anything for it. So it actually does nothing at the moment. I imagine that if you had a whole bunch of, say, ranged units,
Yeah.
and you had like not pioneers, but like archers or something, you could potentially stun up all of those units, and then you just kill them all. They wouldn't do anything.
It's
Flaming weapons boost the damage, and if they're stunned, they're not going to do any damage. But yeah, at the moment, it doesn't. It really doesn't do anything, as it doesn't have any units to use it. But we
good
will
call.
be seeing Gong Gong to come through for the moment, as well, El Matador has to prepare for some pain coming his way.
Indeed, indeed. He's grabbing a town center. Is that a hill fort right there that he's popping up? Maybe thinking about, dude. It is a hill fort, but he's going for heavy infantry. I don't think he's looking at the Mythic Age anytime soon.
No,
He's
not. He's not. And the big deal here is that it's not just Great Flood that's coming for him. It's going to be the Qing Long, which is a water dragon, and that's hard. It's a flying myth unit with a lot of damage up front. Really quite difficult to deal with as Norse. You've got to get those Goaty out. Now, luckily for El Matador, he is in the heroic age, but I don't actually think he's got that many great hauls out. You do need a good handful of them to actually deal with it.
Does he have any great hauls?
Right.
It doesn't have
I don't
any.
think he does. There are 0.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How much he's got 55. Eric's got 55 favor in the bank, 56 now. He can maybe get 1 or 2 additional dragons out, depending on how much those things cost. And
there's
just
that damage. He does manage to dodge that, which is nice. But now the Great Flood coming into the main base here, as that's going to be a big amount of damage. Only killing off the houses here, though. This actually really isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. He loses a whole bunch of houses. El Matador has to just retreat back, put them back down, and that was kind of underwhelming. I don't know if I don't know about you, Maiden. What do you reckon?
I think he has infantry all around the map. He can toss down a couple of houses in 2 seconds, as we just saw. And did he lost like maybe 2 villagers and some houses? Are you kidding
me? Look at the villager differential. This is actually really good now. El Matador, but he still needs to get a great haul up, and he has to sort of hold this next pressure that Eric is going to be putting onto him. But the thing is, El Matador's got flaming weapon.
Yes. The dragons are sick, but you know, your villagers are land units. Your villagers are land units, and there we go. Is he going to get surrounded? He uses the little lightning weapons, and it doesn't do anything, Boyd.
It doesn't do anything. I don't think it does anything at all, actually. I think it's literally just there for show at the moment.
It's not even showing anything, but this isn't even bad. El Matador, half of his army is kind of across the map. And okay, fine, he deletes this army, but still, that was not too shabby. Eric did a lot of damage whilst taking damage, but he also killed a lot of units, man.
Yeah, but these berserks are coming in. They're finding a whole bunch of peasants here. He does notice it. There he goes. And a whole bunch of the villagers now retreating at the moment, but it looks like they're all going to go down there. El Matador gets the damage done, and this is starting to look like it's the fast mythic here. A timing attack from Eric has not been what he hoped. I think El Matador is completely fine here.
Oh yeah. I think a little bit of a Great Flood nerf. Maybe Eric was practicing on the old patch. And so the Great Flood not quite as impactful as he maybe expected, possibly, maybe. I don't know.
This forest protection thing is pretty strong. I don't think El Matador can really risk walking in here anymore. He's got to pull back, but you have to be concerned for El Matador against these dragons. These things are still really, really strong. We do have some Goaty to come out. And the other thing here is, just after what we saw in that last fight, flaming weapons versus the pioneers, kind of felt to me, and maybe, I mean, we're seeing the Huskar coming out, so it's not going to be a problem anymore, but kind of felt to me like those pioneers did really well against that Berserk army.
Yes.
With Huskars, they're not. They're going to get absolutely mowed down. So Eric needs to start thinking about units not named Pioneer here to deal with those.
Yeah, let's see, what are the Dow Swordsman? Maybe go for some Dow Swordsman? Is that maybe an option for
Dow
him?
Swordsman are great, yeah, to get the front line so that you get the damage actually gets to come through from those Pioneers, makes some sense. Juko Nu, also not a terrible idea. More Qing Long as another idea.
Dragons.
Yeah, more dragons. Dragons are always good. When is it bad to build a dragon, Maiden?
I know. I actually just watched Game of Thrones for the first time, finished it about a month ago. So I'm big on dragons right now. Big fan of dragons.
Now, the one thing that I think is probably the most terrifying usage of these said dragons is raids, because these things, on that initial damage, it's going to hit an entire gold mine, and it does.
Mm,
Actually, you tell me how much damage you reckon it does. It does
I
pierce
don't-
damage. I'll give you that much.
a lot.
Just say,
I don't
say a
know.
number. Say a number. Say a number. Any number. It doesn't matter. You pick it.
420.
Okay, that's too much. It does 50 damage. 50 pierce damage. Which what that means is, with two of these dragons dropping that down onto a group of dwarves,
Mm.
you got to be super careful on those raids. There's a lot of really low HP dwarves here as well. But El Matador now, 3 town centers against 1 town center. He is pulling so far in front. He's got himself 200 population. He can probably go to the Mythic Age now as well.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah,
Why
whoa.
is Eric at 40 villagers? Has he really lost that many freaking villagers?
Yes, he has. Yeah, these raids have been brutal. Like, El Matador has been all over him in this game.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And he doesn't, dude, he's gonna get gold starved, man. He's gonna get gold starved. His dragons can maybe win him some fights, but what are the gold options as we see actually a pretty decent fight here for Eric, honestly, since Matador wanted to finish up that hill fort. Yeah, Eric needs to find himself a gold mine.
Yeah, oh,
And be
this is
careful
so
not to
nice.
lose bills.
These raids are so brutal. He just keeps on going after the main base, keeps on going after those villages. I don't even know if Eric's got a gold mine. Is he gold starved?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Oh,
He's got a little bit of gold left. Yeah, it's almost out for him.
But wait. The dragons cost wood, don't they?
They do cost wood, yes.
Ooh. Gold maybe not so important anymore, huh?
Maybe not, but I think El Matador just kind of needs to turn around and take a fight. He's got the army. He just needs to go and kill. But it looks like he's just happily killing off villages. He's like, I am going to make your life as miserable as possible. As long as that damage coming down, all those Huskar was so low, and that forest protection got out. It had no HP left. Qinglong manages to finish off a whole bunch of them as the Huskar now charging forward. There's not that many of them. These pioneers with divine damage should be able to get through these, not too bad.
Yeah. He's. I think El Matador has an option here, a possibility to close out this game with the gold starve. I think that the rating has been extra, especially effective, but we can see that the earth, flower, wood, vines. What is it? Help me out, Boyd. What's it called?
Forest protection.
The forest protection. Forest
Yeah.
protection is kind of doing a good job countering the raids. So I think he needs to pause the raids. The raids have already been effective. Step 2, or what's next? What's next is to officially get the gold starve and address the big problem of the dragons.
Just kill the dragons. God, I've just missed his opportunity there. He probably could have killed off a bunch of the berserks. Just continue to come back and hit this wood line. Eric needs to get it to a different wood line, I think, or some walls up or something.
35 villagers to 100. Are you Oh, you see what I'm saying? If there was a
That is
dragon
cool.
there, man.
We've seen the patented El Matador side build shenanigans with Thor. We saw this a lot in that captain's draft team game tournament, but yeah, in a 1v1, it's just as effective and maybe even more brutal sometimes.
Yes. Dude, look at the economy of El Matador.
Yeah,
He is just flying like a kite, man. He's up through tier. I want him to take town centers and just close this game out. Because he's just, the thing is, go ahead.
I was gonna say he's saving the gold for next game. I mean, he's got 100 villages, like 100 versus 38. So like, and his full population. Where else is his economy going? He's got to get to the Mythic Age. It's just sitting there. He's finally clicked up. He's going through tier 4 to 5 towns, and it's all now coming in. I mean, to be honest, I feel like El Matador is playing with his food a little bit here.
Yes.
He is so obscenely far in front of this game.
But there's a big but. It's a big dragon but. Those special attacks can do wonders, man.
Can they build a wonder?
Go for a wonder with the dragons. They can defend a wonder. Maybe the Qualifier can rush them up. But those dragons, man, they can delete armies. He's got what? 3 of them? Is that 3, 4, 3?
Yeah,
3 of them?
There's three. There's three. You got to be so careful.
They can delete armies. Indeed.
One trick you can do though, and this is the same for against Noir with that Pagoda thing with the hero. You can stun a whole bunch of units. Anyways, if you send one unit forward, you see the dragon somewhere. Send one unit forward, and your opponent who's using that ability on autocast will, unfortunately for them, or if you use that ability on that one unit, he snipes one. Yes, one for the good guys. But
for the good guys.
Who are the good guys here? The Norsemen or the Chinese? I'm not sure.
The Norsemen, of course.
with you here, it's always the Norsemen.
yeah.
But nonetheless, you can bait out that special ability and then take the fight. It's a 20-second cooldown. It might even be more. So yeah, you can get a lot done here. It's a Huskar to come through, cleaning up all of these pioneers.
Dude, the heavy infantry really showing a lot of success. Oh, there's Fimbulwinter. Is this going to be the game? Maybe? 41 villagers, 42.
Well, I mean, if you've only really got 40 villagers, then what's only 40 villagers being idled for 30 seconds? As opposed to 100 villagers being idled for 30 seconds, you know?
That's brutal. But only 40? Yeah, it's no problem.
No, it's no problem.
If you don't think about it, it makes sense.
So there's the quote. There's the quote.
I think Boyd thought about it. Boyd thought about it. I'll tell you what Eric is thinking about. He's thinking about getting some water action on those heavy infantry. Ooh! Get the kills, Vodka! Get the kills! The hill fort's going down, but the kills! Still so much army, so much population for El Matador. He doesn't really care about a little death here and there. He just needs to, you know, throw Goaty at this dragon.
Yeah, well, this is the hard. This is the hard part, right? The water dragon got 5.3 speed, maiden. Yeah. Goaty have got like 4 speed or 4.3 speed or something. They're very, very slow. So getting in to catch them out is one thing, but chasing them down is another thing. As Eric here does lose one. More units coming in to try and take out those pioneers here as El Matador does decide, okay, it's time to let's just take this fight. Let's just kill off a bunch of dudes here and see what happens.
It's time. It is time. It is time.
This game here, I think this was just we talked about it in the early stages, right? El Matador, he was just kind of multitasking everywhere throughout this entire game. His RTS skill really shone through here, getting huge value, picking off villages. Can we click on the military tab here? I want to see how many villagers were killed in this game, because that's going to be interesting. 46 to 36. Woo. That's a crazy amount of villagers for both players killed here. But
yeah,
Matador had
actually
villagers, right?
Okay. Whoa. No. Stay here, Vodka. Villagers killed 46 to 36. That's crazy on both sides, like you said. But look at the units killed. 90 compared to 158. Eric was killing units like crazy, but the Thor economy, 2 TC Thor economy, so much stronger. He could just keep pumping them like it's hot, man.
The favorite unit for Eric was a lion. I just want to put that out there. Just a lion. It was obviously a pioneer, but come on. Let's go on now.
Well, but it was well played by Matador, man. I think it was well played. It was well played by Eric too, but his Great Flood did not. It almost got no value. Almost.
Yeah. We saw this is the start of the game. This is where things already were going well for Eric at the start. This is where El Matador sort of snatched the game back into his favor. He's pushing around, getting these villager kills. Eric, he did the thing where we see this quite a lot. Like players kind of go, okay, we got a little bit of damage. Let's go to the heroic. And that can work. This is the Great Flood. Maybe it killed. I don't even think it killed off 2 villages. It didn't kill off any villages here. It just killed off like 7 houses. So, hashtag balanced in the chat. As with big flaming weapons. This was the interesting one here. maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe it boosts the Pioneer's damage. It definitely you don't stun anything with it. It doesn't say anything in the description. So
Well, hang on. Well, boy. So what I think what happened here is that so many of the Ulfsarks were focused on the
yeah,
Tao Tao Yi Tao Ta thingy. Plus, he converted a couple of the battle boars. So a lot of the human units from El Matador were focused on killing myth units rather than the pioneers. So the pioneers were just free to kill, 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 kill for quite some time.
yeah, yeah. Well, nonetheless, I think El Matador played around all of this power of China really well. Like kind of
Yeah.
slow Pioneers 4.0 speed couldn't really catch up to all of the units. I think maybe Eric needed to think about getting the walls up really to deal with all of those raids because otherwise it's going to keep coming in. But Maiden, it's the next game. We're going in onto it. Bamboo Grove, Gaia, Shinong. So, I mean, Bamboo Grove does look like it has the potential to be a really, really defensive map, which is potentially why we're seeing the Gaia and the Shinong. So Shinong has this late game power inside of him with access to. I'm going to get this wrong. I believe it's Rusho. Rusho and. I'm definitely not Rusho. No, I think it's Rusho and Huangdi. You go those two gods, your human units become insanely powerful. So the late game is going to be in the Shinong's favor. But Gaia is the economic powerhouse we know and love, and that is just going to get shoved straight down the center of this map and just being very, very tough to defend. So it's going to be.
But okay. But wait.
Go on.
But wait.
Okay,
But wait. You say that this seems like a very defensive map. Why do you say that?
Because the resources are all around the outside, and one wall can make it quite challenging to get in onto those resources. You can get into the main base, no problems, but if there's no resources there, do you really care? Like you want to be getting onto the economy, where that's all on the outside. A little bit of walling. I don't know. Maybe I'm
Touche.
wrong. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm just a dude with I'm just a dude.
Indeed. Me too. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I don't know if Shenong, you can do. How well do how well do those things do against citizens? I know two of them with a special can one shot villager. What about a citizen? It's got to be.
I'm not exactly sure, but I imagine like 4 is going to do the trick, right? Like the citizen that got double the HP, you just double the dude arenas. Maybe it's 5. But anyways, like if you jump in and you do the damage, right, then you do an auto attack and then it's dead anyways. So catch it out.
Yeah. Do you think that's maybe what we could possibly see? What do you? To me, it seems like against Gaia, it's usually the impetus is typically on the opponent to try and make something happen against Gaia. Otherwise, the economy is just gonna be explosive and it's gonna turn into a powerhouse, like you said. So what does Shenong do against that? Some yace action, something else. Match the boom with some earth walls. What do you think?
Well,
I hope we see the yace. They're fun to. It's fun to say and fun to watch.
Okay, I'm going to put myself into the Eric BR mindset right now. I think he is going to go for Altu. I think he's going to go for the Earth Wall. I think he's going to go for a fast second town center here and just try and rush to Huangdi as fast as he can. Use that dragon to keep himself alive against the big all-in, maybe a 2 town center all-in from El Matador. Potentially even see Ria as a crazy thing from the Gaia side of things. It's not allowed to happen. But nonetheless, does that, holds on, then gets to the big power units, starts pushing. That would be my guess, but I'm not sure that that's what maybe the best way to go for. But yeah, definitely going to be some sort of an aim towards those super strong Dao swordsmen sort of angle on the Shinong side. How he gets there, that's the question. But that's got to be the
It's tough because we got about a minute before we jump into the game. It's tough. It's tough and it's exciting and fun at the same time. China's still so new. I don't know if we've really figured things out. Like we see Gerbot in chat talking about Tao Swordsman. We see Mini Yeti talking about 1TC for Gaia, going 1TC Lido, which is a little insane indeed. You know, the door is pretty wide open.
Well, why
honestly.
why might Mini Yeti be saying Gaia Lito One Town Center is insane into China? Not insane as in bad and crazy, insane as in really good.
Is yeah.
The Automaton have got high pierce armor, which means the Pioneers struggle to kill them. And while they do have bonus damage, it's going to be harder to kill them off. So then you also get out Terma, the Terma Automaton, Terma kill off the Pioneer, Automaton kill off everything else, and you laugh. So yeah, it is quite literally insane to do it. Let's but we're going to be finding out exactly what these players are going to go for here. Jumping into game number 2 in the left-hand corner of the map in the red color, playing as Gaia. His name is El Matador. Eric VR in the blue color, playing Shenong.
So, but I really like that idea that you're talking about, boy. That Mini Yeti shouted out 1TC Lido. We saw Rappel hosted a show match between Ulysses and, as we see, the beautiful Bamboo on this China map. the Lido automaton spam with Terma as a backup could be so sick. I believe Tunison used it to great effect against our beloved Ulysses. So I think that's very, very viable for him, honestly. I was thinking Eric maybe liking some, he's a bit of a Greek player, so liking that early pressure with free myth unit and heroes, maybe that, going for early pioneers, some early pioneer aggression into some town center action kind of is up his alley, so to speak. So he can maybe get the jump on Matador before something like that comes in, before a second town center comes in, before some automaton numbers comes in. I think there's some possibility there for him, honestly, on the China side of things. But eventually, yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 TC options, very good options for El Matador on the guy side. Has he practiced it?
I do wonder if like the answer for China against these automaton spammage would be to just rush Heroic Age to get out the Sages. You also have that other, I can't remember the name of the unit, but there's another hero in the Heroic Age which deals divine damage as well as lowers the damage output of all myth units in the area of that unit. So you can go for that as well.
I think that's possible. That might be too greedy, though. He has the Earth Wall, actually.
Yes,
he might have the Earth Wall. But if he doesn't use Earth Wall, trying to get to the Heroic Age at a good time, that might be too greedy. I think that might open a timing for El Matador. But let's see. He might go slow in 2 TCs, slow eco, that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, El Matador, he does have his own style, right? And he's actually deciding to go through Leto, which, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I was going to go on this tangent. I don't need to anymore, but he does have his style, and every time I've seen him playing Gaia, it's been Oceanus there and go. But we're going to be seeing the Leto. I think this is going to be a really good idea. Eric, however, I'm sure that he has come up against this in his scrims. He's going to know what's coming for him. These are the types of strategies that Tunison literally did it in a game, and they were on the same team for a long time there. So I imagine that they know this, and there's going to be some sort of a defense here for Eric. At least something that he's cooked up against. Something he's cooked up to deal with this.
Cooked up.
Yes, like in the kitchen, you got to cook up the dishes. Never mind.
You got to cook them up while you're laughing, mate. Right?
We just get into that British accent again. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I try so hard, boy. I try to be Australian. I try. Okay, anyways. Okay, so there's our automaton. We see double counter barracks coming up for El Matador. So let's see, what about the oracle numbers? He's got 3 oracle numbers gaining favor so far. Is that enough for an automaton spam? I don't know. He might want a 4th one just popped out. So he's popping.
He's definitely popping. I I don't really know how many you need. Depends on how many automatons you want to make, right? Like, if you've just got 4, then you probably can only make one every, I don't know, 30, or not no, 30 seconds, maybe like every 20 seconds, 25 seconds, one every 25 seconds ish. If you get a couple more, you can start maybe thinking about dropping in another temple and then getting even more out. As the automatons here taking a little bit of damage, but they're just going to heal themselves back up. This is not damage that is permanent at all, but it's neither permanent for Eric, as he's going to pull back into his main base onto favored land.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, they're just nailing each other back together.
They're just nailing each other back. Yeah, that's right. Well, we see Eric. He's going for a town center maiden. So he kind of knows what's coming his way, but he says town center time. As a little bit of thermal damage going to come through. I'm not sure this is going to be enough. Maybe it will.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. This is what Ulysses did against Tunison in that matchup that I was like referring that Rappel hosted, and dude, it did not work at all. It did not work at all. So maybe Eric can execute differently, as he maybe almost gets a Vil kill. Anyway, maybe Eric can execute differently, but you know, with what Ulysses was able to put together, it did not work out at all for him. Let's see.
I wonder how fast those Halberdier are. Maybe it's worth it to go for some of those, because these Terma, they're only moving at 5.2 speed? I can't remember. 5.0 speed? I can't remember. But maybe the Halberdier are the answer, because they can catch up and they get onto the Terma, they just kill them off. But nonetheless, there's still this Earth War God power that Eric not dropping. He's just saying, okay, come into my base. We'll just hang out with you for a little bit longer, and maybe we'll drop it a little bit later.
Yeah, he doesn't, with the 2 town centers, maybe. Dude, he's on 2 town centers. The Vil numbers are still super close. Boom, Vil pick. What building is that real quick, Vodka? Could you click that unbuilt building for us? See what it is? Boom, it's a military camp. What do you make out of a military camp?
You can get the Wuzu Javelin here, potentially. Count like the Peltast, the Speedy Peltast. Or you can get the Halberdier, or you can get the Dow Swords.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Now, I guess
very aggressive citizens.
Yeah, the interesting thing next here is, well, El Matter, he's just 1 town center full send here. So Eric, his entire plan, his entire way to win this game is going to be hold whatever big push comes, mitigate all the damage that comes through, hold the big push, and then he should be able to come out with a victory here. So the question is, how does he hold the big push?
Yes. What does the big push look like, though? I see 3 automatons. You know, does he not have very big... Oh, dude.
Maiden.
Yes.
We've been seeing some raids happening off screen here. Eric has picked off 2 oracles already with this Cheong Chi.
Yes, exactly.
So this means automaton numbers are going to struggle here.
That's another one maybe going down as well. He might be down to 2 or 1. No, he's going to go for the hero, the citizen. He's not even paying attention.
He's only 1 citizen down.
Oh my god, no way.
We do see a town center getting dropped, but El Matador too focused on the Terma here. I guess this is the big weakness of any sort of micro-intensive unit is 1 little raid here, 2 citizen kills, and the Oracle's going to get chased away. We'll be able to garrison into the manor, and then the villager comes through. Now Eric's not paying attention, and he's going to be having that one get picked off. So damage dealt, damage taken. I'd say Eric comes out on top of that one, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yes, dude. Yes, absolutely. And now, by all means, there's still a lot of favor left over, 36 favor. But he doesn't have automatons, man. So that big push, he's got, what, 4 automatons and only 2 witchmabobbers gathering favor right now? The big push is... Okay, fine, he's got 5 now, but the big push isn't quite there, man. He needs, like, double the automaton numbers to have that big push. I don't know if El Matador has it.
Well... Town Center will come up on the back for El Matador. He's kind of close on population for civilian units. I'm really not sure what the difference is between the Atlantean civilians units versus the Chinese civilian units. So I don't know how much of a difference this is really going to be, but Matador needs damage. He needs damage soon. But also Eric needs an answer to Terma and to Automaton.
Yeah, I mean, El Matador might not quite have like a lot of automaton numbers for a kill, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Eric really has a good answer for it at the same time.
I'm gonna go ahead and take a guess. We are seeing some Javelineers coming out, but when you just, if you get to the heroic age, drop a ballet and then make yourself some of those cavalry, you can put an end to this pretty swiftly, I think.
That sounds like a lot of I agree. It sounds like a lot of investment, though.
It is,
You
yeah.
may be opening yourself up to a little automaton pressure.
Yeah, this is actually so cool with what El Matador's done moving forward with this economic guild. He now gets himself like a little bit of health on the front line. I wouldn't mind seeing another economic guild just getting put right into like basically the main base here of Eric to keep this going on.
I agree. Why not? I'm digging it, actually. I'm digging it.
Well, at the moment now we see a huge amount of villagers getting swapped over onto food for Eric. He's got all the gold in the world here, but he needs that food to get to the next stage. He wants to go there. Tao Wu. This guy's so sick. I love him. I just think he's the sickest unit. You just kind of click the ability and you just kind of run in and just knock the units all around. It's kind of just, it's just fun to use.
Indeed. Cool myth units for China in general, as we maybe get a couple of Vil picks. Couple of Vil picks, peasant picks rather.
Yeah. These villager kills are really keeping, and they're only keeping Mel Matador in this game. They're actually putting him into positions where he's going to be able to get a huge value. That Wu comes forward. El Matador going to start the kiting shenanigans here. Them aren't the best kiters anymore, but the slow units here of China are going to struggle to catch up to them.
Go for a Kaofu. Kwafu. Kaofu. Quafu. Boy, you were talking about that. Picking off that Quafu is sick. You were talking about like the economic difference between the Atlantean citizens and the Chinese peasants. A normal Chinese peasant is a little bit. Ooh, we might see some peasants going down. Essentially, you need those Quafu, and there's the wall, dude.
There's the wall and the Fey Beasts trying to catch these out here. This is such a sick usage. All these Turbo are going to get nailed in this position. You can't escape. And he does manage to pull out, but all of the Turbo are down, mated.
Oh boy. Oh, really, boy. That hurt, man. All of his Turbo numbers have just completely vanished. And look at the Vil numbers. The Vil numbers are basically equal. He still has, a lot of that Earth Wall left over. He's walled on the left side, and now Eric has a nice little initiative here. Rappel's calling the GG. Same with Mini Yeti. Hold your horses, gentlemen. This game still has plenty of life in it. We have Heroic coming up for Matador as well. Go ahead, boy.
That's right. You're right. Rhea. We're not actually going to even see the Thea shenanigans here. It's straight for Rhea. We're still seeing Terma coming through. This villager differential is equal. So yeah. Whole bunch of dudes just died for El Matador, but the game continues here. And there's going to be a trader to steal away potentially that Tao Wu, and then you can potentially use that special ability to knock all those units up, come through with the Terma, and then force some problems back in onto Eric VR in this game. Now, Eric probably, he's got himself out the ballet and everything, but he's spamming the units. I mean, he looks like he kind of wants to go Mythic Age, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get there.
He needs to. If he does want to get there, he's got to pause. He's got to pause his production, and he has paused his unit production, a military unit production. If you're looking at the queue, he might be trying to go there, man.
Yeah, this is the next move. He wants to get another god power to deal with all these Terma. Like, how else is he going to kill them off?
Yeah.
The Javelin here will decide to turn around. This is actually not a bad trade for either player. They're both units countering each other. But Eric decides to pull back El Matador as well.
Is that Huang Di coming in? I see a click. I see the resources down.
Yeah. This is going to be Mythic Age, and it will be Zhurong.
Zhurong.
So Blazing Prairie to kill off the entirety of that main base here where all the buildings are. I'm not exactly sure how El Matador has spread his buildings. Generally, I mean, with Gaia, you want to put kind of manors all over the place to spread out the lush, so you're not going to get trapped too much by god powers like Great Flood or Blazing Prairie. See the trader comes through. You can manually click that ability to run away.
Oh no.
He's gonna lose it. How sad.
Looks pretty cool in the red color though, so that's nice.
That's true. Beyond this, we see Horns of Consecration coming through, Maiden.
What's
Correct
that?
me if I'm wrong, but is this technology was reworked recently? I believe it gives access to fanatics now in the heroic game.
Ah, that is new. Ah. Dude, I don't know if I've ever really... Has anybody really utilized that in the past?
Probably. We've mostly just been seeing everyone playing China since it released. So a lot of these kind of new changes still kind of in the pipelines. We're going to see it now, I guess. So some fanatics going to be coming through fairly shortly.
Interesting. Fanatics could be decent against this army composition. Against probably against Dao Swordsman, they could be pretty sick as well. Maybe looking at his resources, he could maybe. But that would, if he goes for this, that means he's going to be stuck in the heroic age for quite some time. He is up at the citizen limit basically, but he's going to be stuck there. And here comes the Blazing Prairie. Where is it?
It's the main base. You've got to run those villages. You can't run. It's very natural to run to the town center, but you want to run out of the fire. Otherwise, they're just going to spawn here and then die. I mean, you can run over onto the palace potentially here. All those buildings go down. There's so much damage now. Eric is getting right in onto this fight. There's no traitor here for that Chinese Phoenix, as the question of whether or not he can actually hold this push remains. It looks like he's still got a hefty amount of military units in, but they are falling in numbers very, very quickly.
I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Eric already used his witchmabobber, his Fey Beast God power, so he doesn't have that same follow-up that he did against Zucht earlier. So he's got the nice position in the map now. He's got a forward town center, ballet, a forward as well. He did some good damage, but El Matador only lost, quote unquote, the town center and a couple of citizens. So I've seen worse, man. I've seen better. More damage. I think he's A-okay, and he can continue fighting, man. El Matador can.
I guess the other thing here is, Maiden, by not going through Huangdi, which you normally get the Ying, I think it's called a Yinglong, the dragon, the Earth Dragon, Lightning Earth Dragon. He's not going to have that super powerful late game we were talking about beforehand. So I actually think that El Matador's army here, once he gets to the Mythic Age, gets all his upgrades, it might be more powerful than this Shenong army. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it before, but one thing's for certain, he has to hold here against all this push. He does have the palace here to hold, so he's doing a good job of it, and there's no Chuko Nu for the moment, or Fire Archers. These infantry units are going to carry him through against those counter archer cavalry units. This has been a really, really good tech switch from El Matador, but Eric now going to get himself Chuko Nu out, and El Matador has to be a little bit more careful here. Retreating back, steals the Phoenix away.
Sick.
He's going to retreat off into the sunset.
Nice. Well, I'm just going to repeat. I think El Matador he's maybe not A-okay, but he's B-okay. He's okay, yes. Right? But he's only on one town center, boy. He is going up through what's his face, Implode Boy. But he's got to get town centers, right? In order to match, you're talking about the late game army potential between Shenong versus Gaia in this specific situation. He's got to get his town centers back, man. I like how Eric has initiative on the map, so instead of pressuring the main base like he has been, I say go for this forward TC right here. You mentioned earlier when in another game, you take your advantage and you just build on that advantage. I don't know if going for this main base, that's like going for the throat, but the throat is protected by palaces and towers. He's got to, cut off an arm or something like that over on that forward TC and just gain another advantage rather than trying to go for that throat, maybe preemptively.
And those spider legs just got so much value. These are the most expensive. I think they might be more expensive than an elephant. Can we see the cost in this unit? An elephant is like, what is it again?
Oh,
it's not quite the cost of an elephant. The second most expensive human unit in the game, and they just died to those spider layers in one go there. But yeah, the thing here is El Matador. He's got that god power coming, and while Eric's going to have a really strong army, he's going to lose a lot of it to implode.
Yep. Oh yeah. All those archers. Oh my goodness, dude. How much time does he have left? He probably has 20 seconds left before implode's coming in. What are these things called? Tiger cavalry? Yeah, tiger cavalry.
Yeah. When they die, they come back as a very, very weak infantry unit. They've got kind of 2 lives to some degree. Like 50 something HP or something.
Yeah. Are we going to see it right away? Maybe. I don't know if he needs to use it right away. It would be valuable to just delete this army. He could go bigger, though.
And he's going to go for it. There he goes. He just says, I just need to survive here. The Tiger Cavalry are causing him pain elsewhere. The units are going to try and retreat away, and they're not going to be able to get away, not all of them. And a lot of population dropping here now. Eric.
He still is at a decent... He still has more population than El Matador, however, despite losing a whole bunch of army. He's still hitting more total population. So good on
Resources,
him.
Maiden. Resources are gigantic for El Matador. He's missing a house somewhere. 1 mana is down, so he has to get that back up. But all of those resources, they're going to go into some very powerful units. You got Fnatic to come through, Destroyers, Arcus. I mean, what unit do you build here against China? There's probably no specific units you want to go for, but yeah, all of the units he's getting are making a lot of sense.
The Fanatics, they got to be good, right?
Yeah, they have to be. They're the primo unit for Atlantean.
Plus, he's got a. I mean, he already has at least 2, maybe 3 palaces up, so he can. If he's got eco for it, he can maybe go for some Fanatics.
Yep. But it's still going to be 3 town centers to 2 town centers at the moment.
Yeah,
that's still the problem that El Matador has to overcome. Right now, he's at 190 pop. He's getting fortified town centers through. He's getting his Fnatic upgrade, so he's definitely going to have Devotees of Atlas, I believe it's called. He's going to make those very powerful as you see the units retreating away. The Alpha trying to grab the town center for himself. These Juko Nu, however, are going to be making life very challenging for El Matador. El Matador needs to get some cavalry out here.
Yes. Midi in chat saying Arcus Contarius kills China. That is kind of a classic army composition these days, Contarius Arcus. So he just needs to get into it, man. He just needs to get into it. It looks like the population advantage is serving Eric well here. He may not have an ideal army composition. He has a good army composition, but just aside from that, then the army numbers are just keeping him in this game completely and allowing him to continue like push into the face of El Matador.
Yeah, you look at it's more than that, right? Like you look at the army resource value. That matters as well. 4.6 to 5.8. There's only like 8 population more, but it's over 1,000 more resource.
Very true. Well, he's about to be even further ahead in population as he's grabbing that town center. That thing's definitely going up.
And the other thing is, there's a kind of a hidden ability inside of these Chinese Phoenix. When they use that ability, they give armor to all of their units. So if you use that really well, all your guys are going to stay alive for longer.
Okay. An extra little bonus for him, and we're just loving this little. What are they called again, Boyd? Juke, que.
Yeah, something.
Come on. Say it.
Zuchie.
Oh, okay. That sounded pretty good, actually. That's probably
Thanks,
right.
man. I'm guessing.
Well, okay, the game ain't over. I mean, we're talking about how, yes, Eric's in a good position, a really good position, 4 to 2 town centers. Game ain't over, though. If you look at the minimap, there's some nice positions that El Matador has around the sides, or he can maybe get some surprise attacks going. Are these citizens going down? Hello? Maybe not?
There's something strange happening there. They weren't really attacking. They were just kind of like screaming about stuff.
They're just trying to scare the citizens, scare the donkeys.
Yeah.
Almost worked. Almost.
But yeah, you're right. El Matador needs to get a town center back. You can't just keep staying on this 2 town center versus 4 town center situation and expect to carry himself through. But the problem for Eric right now is his gold income seems very, very low. And El Matador has now constructed a composition which is going to be able to kill off those Jukonu, which are very expensive as well. So Eric has to retreat back, and this might give El Matador the opening he needs to eventually get onto a town center and get himself an advantage, or get himself back into this game.
Well, in order to get a town center, dude, he needs siege output. Like we see a couple of ballets. There's more. What's it called? Just buildings in general. He needs siege output, dude. Sure, his army can maybe fight against Eric's army, but man, those Zulche thingies are Zulche. Man, I gotta practice my Chinese. But regardless, they're doing a great job.
We'll be seeing one getting taken out, so that's nice. Eric seems to have held. His population is growing, and when you're on the 4. This is the same for every civ. When you're on the 4 versus 2 town center advantage, a lot of the times you want to keep on putting pressure on because you're like, I just want to end the game. But really, just sitting there and waiting for yourself to get to full population is your best bet. And we're kind of seeing Eric doing that. He's almost at full pop, and El Matador is going for raids now.
Oh, I guess that's a decent idea. Make sure he's not trading, hit some gold mines, mess up his economy, stop that. Ooh, that's a lot of our hero arcas. That's maybe an option.
It is.
It's gotta take effect quickly though, because slowly El Matador's alive, but he's getting pushed further back into his base. I don't know, boy.
Yeah, leaving his base and going for raids here. I mean, that's kind of one of the options you can do, and if you can get enough villager kills, it might be okay, but then he has to come back and kill off the army, like, straight away. So just because you kill villagers, they're just going to get replaced with more units in that population that's missing. But Eric does drop down in quite a bit of population in that moment. In the same breath, so does El Matador.
Yep. We saw a little Batmobile taking out that left forward TC. So he's, like I said, man,
Supply siphons are coming in.
Yes, El Matador's kind of got that Thor theme, where he's built around the map. He's going the harassment style. It served him well in the Captain's Winter Draft. It served him well in that last Ghost Lake game. I don't know if it's enough to serve him well in this game, but he's doing what he's got to do. Eric's doing a good job to stay in it and, not just die. Just keep pushing, keep the pressure. He's got to stay popped. I think he needs to do a little bit better job staying popped, but he's close to taking this game.
It just seems like it's difficult for him to stay there in terms of gold income. If he drops a market down, get some trade going on behind this, he's got all the food in the bank. There's no problems there. He can probably get himself the gold income he needs to keep himself popped, but he hasn't really started a trade route at all. Whereas El Matador has, and there is always this thing that can happen in a game of Age of Mythology. Now we see the market where you just run out of gold mines, and if you're not prepped with the trade route, you can just lose a game in that moment. Doesn't matter if you're 4 town centers, doesn't matter if you're 5 town centers. If you lose all your dudes and you don't have any gold, you can't make any dudes anymore.
Well, it's like think about back in the day when we used to see Ragnarok. You could have 5 town centers and and whatnot. But if your opponent has 1 town center and is just controlling gold mines, then you've basically beat the Ragnaroked player, if that makes sense. So
right.
Yeah, absolutely right. By all means, he's got a little bit of gold in the bank. He's got a little bit of gold mine that he's able to mine right there. There we go. But it's on a timer, that's for sure. He's got to get that market action going sooner rather than later.
There is one more at the top side here. If El Matador can recognize this, and it's very hard. Obviously, we have omniscience as a casters. If he can recognize this and how important that gold mine is, that is his way back into this game.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, there's one other ridiculous idea, which is
I wonder
get yourself out all of your oracles and then work towards getting implode out. In the same breath, you'd see Blazing Prairie at the same time.
Yeah. Having said that, so we're talking about gold mines, we're talking about gold income, we're talking about trade caravans. Again, I'm going to repeat, the Thor-style guerrilla harassment, you know, he can deny, El Matador can deny the trade route if Eric doesn't protect it sufficiently. So that's maybe a way back into this game. He needs to not die on this front. He needs to keep his own trade alive and whatnot, but just keep up the harassment and maybe go for that gold pressure.
El Matador is doing a great job of staying alive here. Let's say that much. He's going onto the back there as well, getting a side build, starting up a palace. They're going to be able to get some siege in, potentially break into the main base. He can't really stop a trade route, but he does stop the premium angle from the bottom corner to the town center there with that palace at the bottom. But nonetheless, El Matador's still very much kicking in this game. The things that he's missing here that he needs is iron weapons, iron mail. That's really hurting him in these fights.
True. Actually, dude, speaking of gold, it's not like El Matador's got a sick gold income. Sure, he's got trade, but dude, he's hurting for gold himself, so he's got to be careful. Shout out to KP with the big fat rate of 185. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Chinese carnage, which is awesome. Can Eric close it out before he runs out of gold himself? There goes a palace point. The Batmobile going down as well, probably. And I don't know. El Matador's got the score lead, but I don't know if he has the initiative lead. He doesn't quite have the map control. Is he going to hang in there? He doesn't see the situation that we see with Omniscience. I'm feeling something, boy. I'm feeling something.
Yeah, he's dropping on population here. He's lost that palace. It's big and open up the main town center. I'm not sure if Eric is aware of the palace and what's going on behind his base, but I'm not sure he's even going to care at this point. He just wants to kill that town center off. Does he have any siege out at the moment? Does Eric have the siege? See, Eric VR. Does Eric VR have siege out? Looks like he doesn't. So there's still units are just going to keep popping out and defending here. And Eric's gold income is still not quite there. He is training 3 of these trade caravans out at a time, but the gold is about to expire. So he's going to drop down on gold income very soon as well.
Indeed. Is that going to be the comeback story? El Matador going for gold, trade route bringing him to victory, possibly. Just looking at the general resources, both of their economies are struggling as they are just spamming and fighting and actioning and attacking and everything. Oh my. Fae Beasts!
Fae Beasts!
Oh dude, you're not gonna see this in AoE 4. Oh mama! If you're a big fan of Eric, you're loving it, dude. Look at all those citizens going down. Are you kidding me?
And El Matador's not even paying attention. This is huge. He didn't even react to it. He did steal away a Hundun here. This one's kind of cool, but losing all these villages, is this a bad thing? I don't actually know if it is, because this is like population he needs for military. So he drops down 20 civilian population. He's already got a trade route, so his economy is completely fine here.
I suppose, Boyd, that is a very fair point. Look at that weird
Look at Eric's population. You look at his population, Maiden. He's dropped down to 170. El Matador has now found himself the slightest of advantage. He's in the main base raiding with these Ontarius as well. He's all over the map. This is what makes El Matador so good at this game. It's just everywhere. He's everywhere at all moments. He's also raiding this, kill this town center, pushing back over here. Eric's now got himself plenty of gold in the bank, but he's got no food. He's got very little bit of wood here as well. He needs to get his units back out.
Dude, I can't even believe that this game is still going on. He can maybe Thor style his way to victory. It seems like Eric is maybe susceptible to this style. The chaotic style, there's too much going on. This AoE 2 influence from El Matador, his APM and that style of AoE 2, I think it's maybe serving him really well here. In both of these games, game 1 and now game 2, it seems like Eric's really struggling with this, dude. he can't quite keep everything straight around the map.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as Eric loses the town center here, this is where things are going to get like very, very challenging because then he's got no population left to play with.
Yes.
But he does have himself a very good trade route now set up.
Is it very good, or is it just he's got the numbers?
He's got the numbers. It's not a great like length. He's not in the good corner. He could send it across the map, but then he's going to be running straight into raids from El Matador.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the very least, he has gold income coming through. But what El Matador needs, he's got to kill off this town center. He can get himself out of Fire Siphon there and start sieging it down. He's doing a good job of limiting the army numbers, but Eric seems to have kind of survived on this push back, this big push back from El Matador, and all of these sort of this chaos that was just caused seems to have calmed down just a little bit.
Yes, fair point. Fair point. Honestly, okay. Speaking of gold, just the economy in general, boy. So what? If you have we saw 49 gold per caravan for El Matador. That's not good, dude. That's not good. And if I'm not mistaken, those Tiger Cavalry, they're heavy on food, but they're cheap on gold. I think they're only 50 gold as a cost. Yeah. That's not too shabby, dude. You can spam those fairly well with a poor trade route compared to like Atarius. I can't remember the cost of Fanatics off the top of my head. Is it 70-50 or is that the cost of a Myrmidon? Maybe I'm mixing those two numbers up.
I think it's similar.
It is similar, right? Well, anyway.
I don't exactly remember.
Well, so that's an interesting little...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, El Matador, yeah, he has cut caravans. So he's not building caravans anymore. So his gold income's actually struggling a little bit. He's managed to kill the town center off though, Maiden.
Yes. Okay, so it's 3-2 rather than 4-2. Okay, so he's closer to equality in that manner. But still, this is so... Dude, I think this is so interesting. With a bad trade route, you know, which army cost is going to serve better, the China or that 55? 55, that Fanatics 55. That's close, man. That's not too shabby. Thank you for checking that.
The siege is actually now kind of out. There's one of those crossbows, but this army, El Matador, is back in onto this spot. Eric is kind of split up a little bit, and El Matador is pushing back yet again. Eric has to retreat back and regroup. Meanwhile, you just see on the minimap, look at all of these things going on. El Matador is attacking literally everywhere at all moments.
Come on, Vodka, keep up. Over there, he's over there. Now back of the front. We need picture in picture in picture in picture in picture at this point in time. But seriously, the town center's down. That's a big win for El Matador. Now he needs to keep it down, and you know, same vice versa for Eric. He's got to get that sucker back up, man. He's got to get that thing back up. He's got to just slowly try and just cut off these tentacles of Matador because he's just completely able to harass all around the map, man.
Yeah, but Eric is making some way to the right-hand corner. This is probably your best bet. It's always your best bet. You can get onto the trade route, cut it off, end the game. That's what you want to be doing. And killing off that palace is big in the right-hand corner. Sneaking some villagers through there might be a way through for Eric. But every time we're looking at these fights, it's looking like El Matador is managing to get damage done, kill units, win these fights, or at least trading really, really well, Maiden.
Yeah. I agree. And actually, you mentioned bringing a couple of vills through. Qualfu builds super fast. So
they do build very quickly.
Well, I know that, you know, you can only have so many, but still, if you can grab 2-3 Qualfu and just send them into that trade route, they can toss up, at least I think, they can toss up towers, ballet, the castle buildings. They can throw up a whole bunch of buildings into a trade route so fast. And just cause a whole slew of problems for El Matador. So both players, you know, maybe they're not recognizing that necessarily. They're focused all around the map by all means, but still, that's an option to try and close things out.
Yeah, Eric's trying to get the town center back up as well. I think that El Matador has caught that on the left-hand side. He has caught it, so he's denied it. Getting towers down. A A big fat water dragon is now in though. This is you can only get this for free, I think, from Shenong's unique bonus there, but it's out, and that's kind of scary.
Very much so. There's a couple of ballet on that top side. Eric, dude, El Matador has to secure that top side. You mentioned that one
Yes.
palace going down, indeed. But even so, like, he's got to secure that top side. Otherwise, it's pretty much GG. Battle of the markets at this point in time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and on the same side, we see a trader somewhere. Did he steal the dragon? Like, wait, what did he steal? Like, there's a Hundun? Surprised he didn't go for the dragon there. But nonetheless, he manages to take that. The favor goes down quite a bit there as well. As these Ontaris just continuing to hit these raids. Eric doing a great job of defending himself, as the Ontaris will actually end up dying underneath these towers. But he's just, El Matador's going to keep sending on that back corner there. As at some point here, I'm sure El Matador's going to be thinking, let me just grab that town center. If he grabs the town center, he's going to need to get some more trade because he's barely got enough gold in the bank at the moment.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. You gotta you take a town center and then you just fill that extra population space with more, economy pop. Is it really worthwhile in the end? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes. And now he's seeing some forward ballet shenanigans here as Eric is trying to get this game going. Siege of the Titans getting previewed. Eric wants that. He doesn't have the resources for it, but he wants it. As the Ching Long is in to cause some problems. There's not really, well, there are some range units here, but no hero units at the moment for El Matador to deal with that one.
Andre Eugenio de Melanzane in chat is calling for a wonder. Bro, I don't know if they have economy to make a wonder. They have their trade route. Yeah. No, that is not part of the budget currently.
But behind this, all the units in the middle here. Town Center now coming up for El Matador. I don't know if he can quite finish it, as the army will probably turn over there. We'll see if he can get that Town Center up, give himself the extra population. He is really grinding this game out. If he can manage to make it work, it's going to be huge.
Oh yeah.
Finish it? No, he has to run into the tower.
Okay. Dude, drop another palace there. I think he definitely needs another palace there before he actually...
The Contarius, however, they say, I would like to stop your trade route, and I'm going to. Here I come, and those trade caravans will be... I mean, there's going to be a Tiger cavalry here, but this is not going to be... a lot of these are going to die. This is a great way to play in this stage of the game, continuously raiding these trade routes and just getting the damage done. But this will allow Eric to set up a little bit more on this middle position. Towers, ballet, all of that pressure is going to be really, really important.
Oh yeah, I like that forward push with the towers and ballet and everything forward by Eric. I think that's what he needs to do to try and get a game-ending push going, is to support it with the buildings like this. Dude, look at that! Boom, boom, boom! Tower, ballet, etc. I love it, dude. I love it.
Oh. Is the town center up? It's not up. It's trying. He's still trying. He's starting to get a couple more caravans out as the Qinglong has gone down. More units to come over here. El Matador needs to redirect his army onto this spot and deal with all these units going after his villages here, as he's going to be losing a couple more citizens, sniping them down nicely. No real reaction from El Matador. Ontarius getting the damage done. All the citizens fall. Town center is not up, but it's almost finished, as all those units will be falling. I'm sure El Matador can just send a couple more villagers over there, no problems. He's starting to queue up a couple more citizens. I mean, I've already said it kind of once, but I think this is sort of a blessing for El Matador. He doesn't need 100 civilian units or citizens. He needs like 50 trade caravans, which he doesn't quite have, 35 trade caravans, and a handful of citizens on food and wood.
60, yeah, true. I was going to say, once 60's getting a little...
Let's get a little
uncomfortable.
Maybe a couple more, but another steal of the Hundun over there. It gets kind of stolen back as well.
Okay, well, I mean, where are they making progress? You know, it's like we've kind of been looking at the same elements of the game for quite some time.
Yep.
Um,
A lot of
you know,
villages just fell there, Maiden, for Eric. He's down to 66 as well. They both got no economy left.
yeah,
Not
true.
no economy, not. They're both suffering on the economy.
Yes. And those tiger calf, man, again, you talk about how expensive those things are. So if they're 115, I think it was food and 50 gold in terms of cost. That's hard to maintain, man. If you got Cantarius constantly hitting trade and farmland, that's hard to maintain. 115, there you go. Thank you, Vodka. That's hard to maintain, man.
What's the next move? What's the next move at this point? You just keep spamming units out into the center of the map. It's not going to get it done. I'm loving Il Matador's pressure down to the bottom of the map, just continuously picking off trade caravans, villages, everything else. But something else needs to give you. Don't have to go for the town center, but maybe like 2 or 3 more palaces onto that bottom side could be really, really nice. I don't think that El Matador can really afford to get those buildings down. He's now dropped down to 186 population. His economy is struggling yet again. Losing these units like this, good, bad. And he's got to be sorting some stuff out in terms of economy and protecting that town center and getting that one up. Building's going to fall. Tiger Cavalry here to kill off Citizen.
Wall upgrade coming in. Ah, that's nice. That's good. That's good. Excuse me.
He's going down as well.
He's losing a little bit of a position over here. It feels like El Matador is kind of running out of steam a little bit, or maybe for a temporary amount of time. You know, he lost that position on that third town center forward. He's kind of losing Cantarius numbers in the base rating. I'm not sure where his population is right now. Maybe he's got, you know, a large army in kind of in the center, but these are valuable buildings that he's losing down here, man. It took him a long time to get that position on that town center, and he's kind of losing it a little bit.
Yeah, I like what Eric's doing, moving in with these ballet, because these fighting with the army that he's got, us having a ballet or two, that allows him to just be good, be happy to fight. If the ballet isn't there, he's kind of struggling on these fights.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what he needs to do to just continue. You push with buildings, man. It's kind of classic AOM theory in terms of late game and pushing. Got to push with buildings, man.
Or the other alternative is get yourself a Titan. He's now managed to click up through Secrets of the Titans. And now El Matador's got to be thinking, ooh, oh dear, I need to get a Titan out myself. He's got the favor. He does not have the resources.
Yeah. In terms of resources, you have to invest villager time into building the actual Titan gate. So that's what I think is interesting is once he attempts, okay, sure, he can research it, but does he have the economic infrastructure? Ooh, the TC goes up. That hurts.
Yeah. But equally, look at the resources right now for Eric VR. He's got no gold in the bank. 215 population, so he's going to be in that same position he was before. He just doesn't have the units out. He might just lose that town center immediately to these destroyers.
Well, let's see. But here's the thing, Boyd. So because this town center is back up, that's one big target that El Matador has to try and attack. So if he tries to go for the Titan gate, it's like where does El Matador focus? Does he try and get his own and invest, you know, villager citizens and economy into getting his own? Does he try and attack and take out this TC? Does he try and stop the Titan from going up? Once he goes for that Titan, Eric, that really complicates things for El Matador. That could potentially just be the game.
Yeah. Well, the town center is so close to going down. These destroyers are just doing work. Look at him go. I mean, he's got Titan shield on him as well. I think they got up to like 90% pierce armor or something crazy. Is that correct? Am I lying? 91% pierce armor. How about it?
That TC is going down a whole lot faster than I thought it was, man. Those destroyers are sneaky.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Eric's now got the Titan, but no population. I don't think he can afford to put villages onto that Titan gate. Maybe take some wood villages up with 1200, but has he placed it on the map somewhere? I don't think he has.
I don't think so.
He's finished researching it, but now Eric is like suddenly, I don't know, just dropped a huge amount of population. Got to pull back into his main base and try and use this Titan to Finish the Titan as well, but try and use this Titan for something. Destroy a thematic Arcus here. What a... I don't even know. These compositions here, I feel like El Matador is learning along with us as to like what you're supposed to go for.
Yeah. This is useful. This is information, man.
Now El Matador ready to get himself that Townsender back up. He's making the push happen. Eric's losing buildings all throughout the map. Did he lose a bunch of camel? He must have lost a bunch of caravans as well. He's dropped down to 41. Must have been a raid happening there.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Okay.
I think
Maiden, as a fellow like competitive agent player yourself, sometimes when you're playing these long games, you just kind of switch off for like 30 seconds here, and you just kind of go, "Oh, I just forgot to train units for 30 seconds." And,
yeah.
And then bam, I'm losing.
Yeah.
Maybe that just happened.
Oh. He had a brain fart. Is that what it was? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think I can smell it. You might be right.
Well, now El Matador has the town center. He's got the full population. He knows. I think he must know where the Titan Gate is as well. But this Titan Gate is shooting up so quickly. Look at that. Look at that number. That's not slow. 31% already. What has he got on it? Does he have everything on it?
He's got it, dude. He's got to have the Quafu on it. Please check a vodka.
Holy wow.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Dude. Oh my god. That is a speedy Titan Gate.
Yeah, come on. That's crazy, right? That Quafu build speed on a Titan Gate? Are you kidding me?
It's a lot of villages. Like how that's like having like 30 plus villages, right? Plus having all the peasants as well. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is crazy. Maybe it is. I don't know.
That looks crazy. It looks crazy. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. It's coming up, dude. It's boom.
Yeah, there's the Titan. Now Eric ready to start pushing back here. Options for El Matador. 1, try and sneak up a Titan himself. 2, convert everything to heroes. He's got to not lose units. I don't think he's got the resources here to be throwing stuff away at this point.
Yeah. What else do you do, though? I mean, there is the theory that, against a Titan where you just ignore the Titan and play around it. He could maybe do that.
Yeah. That's always kind of an option.
Cool.
Damage is going to be coming through. A Titan by itself is never enough to win a game. You need to combine with human units and everything, and I love what Eric's doing. He's got his own human unit army in behind the Titan, using his Titan to kill off El Matador's units behind this. This is the way to go. This is how you get max value out of the Titan.
I mean, I guess. Okay. I mean, a Titan...
Well, he's now going to be able to push into the main base yet again and potentially get onto the trade route or anything. It's got drop maybe a quarter HP, so it's got a lot of HP to lose here to continue along in this game.
Okay, fine. So it's not dying quite as fast as I thought. I was going to say, you know, if Matador, if he can just keep throwing units at this Titan, maybe it's not going to be the worst thing in the world and he can actually kill it. If he keeps his town centers up, keeps his trade safe, he'll be a-okay, but once he starts losing like his production buildings, town centers, that's when things start getting a little dicey for him.
And Maiden, just to remind everyone, this is game 2. It's the best of 5 here. These guys have still got a bunch of games to play after this.
We're almost at the hour mark, dude. 53:09, 53:10.
Yep.
Well,
those Hero Arcus are getting some huge value in. Behind this as well, we're not seeing it from El Matador, but he could, at this point, I'm sure Eric is laser focused on the fight. He could think about maybe a fire siphon into the main base of El Matador at these sort of long games here where you've got the excess resource, one dude to get in there and try and make stuff happen. These human units surrounding the Titan seem like a good idea, but as soon as they turn around, the Titan turns around and hits them, they're just going to fall here very, very quickly. Schmack. Maybe they won't actually. They can keep the HP.
Schmack. Plus a little bit of regen from the lush.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You're right though.
Now we're, yep.
I mean, there's still that palace down on that bottom side that El Matador has, so he can maybe sneak, you know, a little sneaky fire siphon to take out the trade. Yeah, to take out the trade TC, that main TC. I don't know, possibly, but Eric. It looks like Eric should be able to finish off this game now, right? If he just slices El Matador in half, he cuts off the trade route.
Exactly, and he's not taking any chances this time. I think he was kind of in this position once already in this game, but he didn't, there wasn't the economy to get the buildings up. Now Eric's taking the town center in the middle, he's got the towers, he's got the ballet, Titan still swinging that club around, getting damage done. The heroes aren't coming through for El Matador in time here to deal with this Titan. He's still got a third of a HP remaining, very much alive and well at the moment. Couple of hero archers to come through, the Tiger Cavalry onto the trade route, and now Eric can just send the Titan up to that top spot and just throw off the market.
Market, TC, killed TC. That's another way to kill the trade as well. Either one. There's not enough units for El Matador to really stop that Titan from doing kind of whatever it wants to do, honestly. This is what Eric needs, man. This is what Eric needs. Just continue pushing forward with the buildings.
I was always wondering this. I never tested it. If the Titan is in favored land, does it get healed? I think it does.
It does. It does.
He's not in favored land anymore, so he's not going to get any help. But
oh, look at all those idle citizens. It's toast. I think this is the end. Boy, I think this is the end.
I do not think Maiden. I do not think Matador can pull this one back. He worked so hard to get himself that 3 versus 3 town center, but he did not go for the Titan himself. He didn't get the heroes out as a reaction to it. He sort of full sent into the main base. Lost a lot of units trying to deal with it, and it looks to me like Eric is going to go on to win game 2.
Looks like
this qualifier. This is going to be wild, man. This is going to be a long series.
Hopefully, I love long series. They're epic. But anyway, trade town centers down. Those llamas should be dead. Ballet in the base. He's sliced into 2. Honestly, El Matador was this close to coming back into this. I mean, he was back in this game, right? On only 2 town centers. He was back in this game. But man,
I think he was actually probably okay here against the Titan as well, but he get all the heroes out. He only made like 4 or 5 Arcus.
Yeah,
unfortunately, just was not enough.
He's still fighting though, dude. He's still fighting. Are you serious?
Yeah, he's not gonna give up. This is a fighter here. He's like, I want in this storm. Let me in this storm. Let me at him.
We gotta hit the hour mark, man. Come on, 2.5 more minutes almost. Come on, let's hit the hour mark. I think
the problem here is where's the trade?
Yeah, exactly.
Did he set a market up in the bottom corner of the map?
Oh, dude, that's what he can do. Just switch the market into the bottom. Yeah, there's his market. That's even a better trade route, honestly.
Yep.
Blessing in disguise, dude. His gold is gonna skyrocket now if he had more caravans.
But now I think the Titan is now in favored land while he's attacking, so he's getting that HP back as he's pushing forward.
Resign at 59.59. Honestly, Boyd, you and I are both originally vanilla players, and Eric takes it with the Titan after a long game, almost an hour. Bravo.
Yeah.
You know what? We're focusing a lot on El Matador because he was in the underdog position in terms of town centers.
Yeah.
But kudos to both of these players. Eric stayed in this game and fought just as hard as El Matador. He was defending all of that guerrilla bullcrap, right?
Yeah. Guerrilla bullcrap indeed. Yeah, it's just as hard to be on the offensive as to be on the defensive. And I think both players were attack defense the entirety of this game. So they're like trying to weigh up everything. And I mean, even up to the Titan where that came out, and Eric managed to get that out super quick with all the Qualifier.
Yeah.
the game was still in the balance even then, right? Like, like I said,
Oof.
if El Matador had read that situation correctly and retreated back up, got all the hero units out, maybe, just maybe, he could have been there. And this is the start of the game. The Terma getting some huge value here, Maiden.
Wait. Which game is this, Boyd? I don't
Yes.
even recognize. Which
Do you
game are
remember
we
this?
talking about?
Do you remember this? We got a lot of highlights to get through from this one.
Yeah, we only got so much time, gentlemen. Be easy with the replays here. An hour's worth of replays or highlights.
I remember like the big moment here for Eric in this game. It might be coming up soon. Is Eric hits the heroic age and he traps the army in with the earth wall right here coming up. Traps
Ooh,
the army in with the earth wall, and then Fey beasts this army. Now, I
this
don't
is
know
it.
how many heroes are here, but I do know if those automaton turned around and hit the Fey beasts, he would have been able to kill off those very, very quickly, and he might
Hmm.
have not lost all of his units.
Maybe it looks like there's 3 Terma there, 3 of those hero Terma. But they were. It looks like
That
he
was
was
a big
just.
moment.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it was. I mean, we ended up with 45 minutes of game after that moment, but
Yeah.
it really changed things in terms of Eric being able to push out after playing defense for so long. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at all the fire. For all you
Yeah, this is the
pyromaniacs out
big
there,
blazing prayer.
check it out. It wasn't too bad though, boy. Like he lost 4, 5, 6 citizens, something like that. But in the
Yeah,
town
it was
center.
just it wasn't that bad. Like
Hmm.
it can feel sometimes some of these god powers can definitely feel like they're just huge, gigantic things, but in the end of the day here, if you're gonna play around it well enough, you can most of the time. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes the usage is just too good and you're just gonna get value from it. But in this
Hmm.
case, yeah, I think that El Matador was kind of fine from this position onwards. But
Indeed.
what was really good from Eric is he managed to split his army up when that implode came through, and El Matador didn't get good value out of his implode at all.
Yeah, all those expensive Tiger Cav were over on the left side, and that's you can see on the mini map Tiger Cav on the left hand side, and then the archers
Yeah,
mainly, and getting imploded here. So it was a good call right there. I don't know if it was intentional or just a little bit of luck there by Eric, but regardless, it mitigated that implode for sure.
yes. Well, I think maybe we can let's try and leave this game behind us, mate. And we've got a huge long series to go. We're now going to be moving in on to
Hey,
everyone's favorite
wait.
hybrid map. Wait, hello. Okay.
One more comment that I think is very apt. Okay, that Raifang made in chat. He said that that El Matador's lack of AOT experience playing against Titans maybe was a disservice to himself. Maybe that was a nice little advantage for Eric, that he wasn't really comfortable with fighting against a Titan because he doesn't have a ton of experience. I think that is apt. So what's interesting is that I think his AoE 2 experience helped him stay in the game and come back, extend. But eventually, the lack of fighting against Titans experience, maybe that's what really did it in the end. Very apt,
Yeah,
Raifang.
well, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, killing off a Titan is difficult. You have to do a lot of micro. You have to get the heroes out. You have to work really, really hard. And when you've already played like an hour long, that's a challenge for sure. That's a
Yes. Anyway, okay,
Um,
on to the hybrid map. Go on, Boyd. I know
all right.
you seemed
We're
excited.
playing on everyone's favorite map, Anatolia, right? Everyone loves the water maps. Everyone's a big fan. But we are going to be seeing first Greek of the series, and we're going to be seeing El Matador, who's already won once with Norse, going in with this squad. Man, this is oh baby. I don't know what Eric's got in store for us here, but what I do know is that this god has been having a lot of success on this map.
Why do you think that is?
I think the main reason is because you don't really need food. So you're obviously going to get the fish. Your opponent's going to invest in things like Skylar to take the fish back, and they're probably actually going to win it all. But then you're going to get that technology through Aegir, Feast of Renown, and you're going to be able to get a huge boost to your food economy. And that allows you to kind of stay competitive, stay in the game. Follow that up with, well, late game beast in the Norse Pantheon with Freyr, and you can win those games. That being said, I mean, this is Eric. Eric BR, he is Greek expert from way back when. He definitely will know how to play this this map as Poseidon. I'm fairly sure this is a fairly rare pick on this map. So we'll see what he's going to go for. I would have actually expected the Chronos, but maybe he's going to keep that one in his back pocket for a little bit later.
That's a good point. And also, speaking of Chronos, I noticed in the patch from last week or this week, whenever it was, you can actually time shift your Chronos buildings, your docks on either side. You can, I guess, rotate them, which is kind of cool and kind of stupid at the same time. But hey, whatever. It's kind of cool.
I'm a fan. You know, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm like anything cool for people to do and like have like weird strategies with. Like give the players all the options. Like why not? Why not shifting those buildings anywhere they can go, let them go there. If it's broken, then do something about it later. But like, let's see first.
Grass probably doesn't like that comment. Anyway, 7 seconds, 5 seconds. Here we go, boy.
Alrighty, we just had a marathon game, and we're going into game number 3 now. Both these players going to probably feel a little bit under the exhaustion of that one, but they've got a soldier on. It's a best of 5 in the top of the map. We're going to be having El Matador as the player 1, but as the red color, just to confuse everyone, going with Freyr, and Eric BR on the other side, going in with Sidon. Anatolia map here also is in, and the docks already coming in. Eric gets the center of the map on the top side, and El Matador deciding to go on to the bottom side and getting his own situation started there as well.
Boy, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong here, in the patch we just got, I don't think there was a change to Skilla, right?
That was nerfed a couple of patches ago, yeah. So it's not as good. It's still good.
Still good. Well, I'm just saying that it seems like Skilla really still, for the most part, dominate water. But I know a lot of people recently have been commenting on that fact. But in terms of balance, I don't think we saw an additional nerf. However, right?
No, I do. I'm going to go ahead and lock in. I think there was a significant nerf to this unit.
But does that?
So okay. I don't think it's dominating anymore. I think it's just a really powerful myth unit, kind of in the same tier as the Kraken, or what's the other one? The Leviathan. I think they're kind of similar. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Poseidon can. Well, I guess you can go for. It does essentially what I'm getting at here is, you mentioned getting a quick heroic time as the Greek player, getting skill out, dominating water, blah blah blah. Fish eco food eco not being as big a deal for Freyr, wanting to focus on the wood and gold, blah 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 blah. So that's kind of what I'm getting at here is how worried should El Matador be about losing one side of fish, or rather trying to defend and keep one side of fish?
I mean,
and how does Skilla play into that?
You don't exactly want to give away the fish ever. But if someone's gonna invest into taking the water with those with water myth units, you either have to be prepared to go into archer ships and get yourself that
heroic fleet.
Heroic fleet. Yeah. Prepared to do that and micro your little socks off.
Ooh.
Or you have to say, okay, let's try and force out maybe 1 or 2 extra myth units, get town centers, and try and get some damage on land to mitigate, keep the game close. And obviously here we already kind of discussed it pre-game, but with Freyr having access to that Feast of Renown, that can kind of mitigate some of that damage you sustain anyways. So yes, you can't just, like I said, you can't just give it away. I don't think just saying, oh, you built one You got your one free water myth unit. I guess you have it. You can't really do that. You still have to say, okay, well, I better get out my Kraken or get out a couple of units to kind of force some more stuff to come through. Otherwise, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Mm. Well, we'll see exactly how this water situation shapes up. Speaking of water, we see temples going up. We see Hermes coming in for Eric on the Poseidon side. Freyr is going to be pretty behind in terms of an advance time, 30 or more seconds behind. I'm looking at dock numbers real quick, Vodka. I see no additional docks by El Matador on the top side. So yeah, just these two for Eric on the left side. There's a dock. So there will be some contested water on the right-hand side. 2-to-1 docks currently, but I'm confident Eric's probably going to drop another one over there to fight against the water. It'll be interesting to see whether or not El Matador drops a dock up on the top side. Okay, well, there's the answer, I guess. And the whatchamabobber's gonna see it. What's that thing called? The hippocampus. Hippocampus.
Very, very late advance time here from El Matador, actually.
Yeah.
Generally, we are seeing players advancing around about 5 minutes to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. El Matador is on the very late end of that. So Eric's going to be able to get some early damage done. He's already getting his Atalanta out. The Centaur is going to be moving across the map to start pressuring the main base. But getting a dock or two up onto this top side, that's going to be a big help for him.
Sure. Well, there's only one dock for Freyr, honestly, on the top side, whereas Eric has 2 on the bottom side. So the harassment potential should be much better for, thank you, Vodka. The harassment potential should be much better for Eric on that bottom side of water compared to what El Matador was able to do on the top. Small trickle of wood. Ooh, a wood trickle. That's nice.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I'm looking at and thinking is a little bit interesting is Eric's lack of fishing ships early. This is surprising. Generally, we see players get somewhere between 12 to 18 fishing ships, and Eric, I think he's only got himself out like, I want to say 9. Well, now 12, but like very, very late. While he advanced faster and he's putting pressure on, he did take some damage, sort of took some damage by not getting his economy going there. He's going to be looking to get damage done elsewhere.
Can you call that taking damage when he doesn't like get as much eco out as he could have?
Kind of.
He's damaging himself.
If your opponent does do it, I know it sounds silly. You're right. I'm not. I can't English. I can't English. English is tough, man.
I know.
But yeah, if you don't get the maximum amount of like villages you possibly can out, and your opponent does, then I guess you've taken damage.
I see what you're saying. We see what you're saying. The phrasing is hilarious, though. But we see what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. Or at the very least, you have to deal damage to make up for the fact that you didn't get those 2 Rhinos out.
Okay, I can get down with that explanation. I can also get down with a very forward Asgardian Bastion, which is going to be clutch to protect that forward gold mine. It's got a couple of Hearths here building that bad boy. I don't think Eric's going to be able to stop it from going up. Maybe, man. Maybe he can get some nice little kills, but I think that thing's definitely going up for sure.
Yeah, he's going to lose his Draugr, though. Potentially the Centaur going down. A couple of hits there, too many from Eric. So hard to control that Centaur and keep him alive. You know, you've got to be on top of it the entirety of the game, especially when you've got these Drakkar harassing. You've got stuff down the bottom happening. It's like it's all going to go very, very pear-shaped very, very quickly. But you're right. I think the Aegir is in. The Hillfort is up. And El Matador is really going to be liking his position moving forward here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Eric is doing a nice job handling the pressure on water. I think he's doing a good job handling pressure on water. You were talking about how Eric did not have fishing ship numbers out early on. He's got them now. He's got fish on both sides, man. He's got like 6 fish on the bottom side and the majority of the fishing spots taken on the top side. So he's been handling the harassment well. He's later to the heroic age, which he's kind of forfeited. But you know, he's made up for it with a lot of fishing ships. Ooh.
Yeah, I guess now we have this is another interesting problem. Maybe it's not a problem, you tell me. But Eric's first dock is on the top of the map, which means his free Skylar is going to the top. It means he doesn't have a free myth unit to deal with this Kraken.
That is very true. And there's
I
only
think
that
maybe
one.
El Matador's. Yeah, I think El Matador might win this bottom order unless, I mean, Eric does have 2 villagers on favor. He's got 23 favor in the bank, so he can quickly get himself out of Scarlet if he wants to, but I'm sure he's going to be wanting to drop his fortress as soon as he possibly can.
True. True. And there's another dock going up on that top side. So El Matador, he ain't giving up that top side of water. I was about to say that there's only that one dock. So when the skillet comes, comes in here in about 30, 40 seconds, there would have only been one dock, but second one going up. So El Matador's not ignoring or just giving away that top side of water, which I think is good. He's taken over the bottom side, like you mentioned. And here into the middle, thinking about taking over the bottom side. Here into the middle, he's got some nice looking army there. Lots of infantry, which is classic for El Matador at this point in time.
Yeah.
Where is he
You
headed?
do have to. I don't know, but he's killing off a dock or something. The big thing, however, Maiden, is as soon as the Greek player hits the heroic age, the thing you got to be scared about is the Paspis. Paspis unlock, and they are going to be able to deal with this infantry mass very, very easily.
Mm-hmm. Throwing axemen are good, but still, they're that's absolutely right. That it complicates the Norse army composition a lot once you have to try and deal with the Hippospis.
Yeah.
What is this ox cart doing here? What? Hello, sir.
Sacrificial ox cart.
Sacrificing it to A here to try and get something going. I don't know. A lot of berserks coming out. There's those Hippospis, man, and he's instantly got to back off.
Yeah, but the dock looks like it's going to be going down. Looks like El Matador. The problem on Anatolia is always going to be that middle gold mine, right? If you can secure one large gold mine in the center, that's very, very good. If you can't, you're going to lose. So El Matador, he's got the favor-ish in the bank to grab himself another Asgardian Bastion, but he has to get the technology as well. Or he's going to have to just move forward. But there's still a little bit more time left of the home gold mine. So questions of whether he's going to just try and spam units out, take a fight, then you have to deal with bronze. He's going to try and get to the mythic age because he's already got himself up one fortress, so he's already unlocked that as an option. But it looks like he's just pumping units out, which is kind of playing into this Eric plan, I think. Eric is going for a bronze sort of situation to hold. Now, then again, we do have both Tempest and Gullenbursty remaining.
Oh, Gullenbursty, my boy. Gotta get it. But Gullenbursty, where the bronze is probably going to happen is on one of those exterior gold mines. I don't think Gullenbursty is going to be terribly valuable in a situation like that because it's going to take him so dadgum long to trot out from that main town center. So what I'm saying here is El Matador maybe should be thinking about grabbing a town center somewhere nearer to the, like if he takes that top town center. It's technically his back TC. That could really set him up nicely to try and secure the gold mine, take a fight there, etc.
I mean, the other thing is right now, El Matador is being cheeky. He's got dwarves in the middle of the map right now on a gold mine with nothing defending it. Now he could, it's down in the south a little bit, there you go. He could drop a transport ship out, very, very sneaky, and say, well, that's my defense. You're going to come raid me, I'm going to run into my transport. But we're going to be seeing the fortress.
Transport.
Sneaky.
That's a
You've got to be sneaky.
Indeed. That's a fun idea. That's a good idea. It's not a bad idea.
The army has been spotted, though. Eric's army is going to be too slow to get over here, but I don't think he's going to mind too much about a bronze fight underneath a hill fort. If he doesn't have to deal with Gullenbursty, it's just Tempest. Tempest versus bronze. I don't know about you, but I'm liking this army of Eric.
Yes, I mean, especially with that instant Tempest, dude. Oh, instant bronze. He's trying to finish up that hill fort. I don't think it's gonna finish.
No. He basically has to run here. This is the advantage of Tempest, is that the army's not gonna be able to chase you. So he keeps his dwarves alive. He's gonna lose that hill fort, but he's still good to keep going, and he has managed to get through the brunt of this bronze god power.
Not bad, not bad. I was gonna say before this engagement started, taking the either of the additional town centers for El Matador could be really nice to position Golan Bursty or open up the door to a nice Golan Bursty usage.
Yeah.
I guess he's not on the same wavelength as us, but whatever. Got to get on that Golan Bursty train. Come on, El Matador. He's using
one Golan Bursty. Where is he? Where? Hello there, Mr. Golan Bursty. Welcome to the game. He's gonna.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure what this is, but it's here to defend. He's got 45 seconds of it, and Eric, I mean, he's pushing forward to try and deny this hill fort going up. Golan Bursty will get some value here.
Just a little bit. Come on, the big chunker.
He's huffed and puffed. He can only make it a little bit.
Oh, that was a little preemptive.
Yeah. Here's the thing that Eric's done that's really, really nice. He's managed to click up to Artemis now. So an earthquake on this fort position to clean up all these buildings. If there's going to be a hill fort here, I don't know, but an earthquake onto this position, that's going to be a lot of pain. Plus the Chimera as well to help out.
Yes, oh yeah. Clean all that up. You know, Chimera to get a special on either units or eco. What is that, Bacchanalia? Or no, it's not called Bacchanalia anymore. What is that thing called? Whatever.
Dionysia? Dionysia? Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, so those units, thank you. Yeah, 5%, sick.
This is such an interesting game now because, I mean, El Matador is making Jarls to deal with these Aspis, charging it underneath the hill fort with that 1 HP a second now coming through on the regen. It'll be 0.5. Great garrison onto the back of those centaurs. 2 of them will end up going down. Eric's army is dropping, but so too is El Matador's army as the Aspis are going to break through onto those Shoran. I'm sure El Matador is going to be controlling these beautifully, but look at that Hydra Maiden. It's got 3 heads.
It's about to get more, man. It's about to get more. It's about to back off, okay? Maybe he's just gonna, there was a decent fight. It was a decent fight. I think he's just gonna trot in there, drop an earthquake, and then...
Well, he's gonna have to rebuild his army though, right?
Yeah,
imagine if he had those 2,400 resources, they probably would have been able to like keep going here on that attack and probably win the game on that moment. So he's going to have to get something with this earthquake as he does drop it into, it must be the main base. There it is, main base, taking down houses, taking down town center. And there's not a lot of wood in the bank here. Down to 30 total population at the moment. Now, luckily for El Matador, he can take his villages and he can build those houses up. But that was a huge amount of damage. Look at the resource. Did he deny the Mythic Age there?
I think so, yeah. He did!
He denied that Mythic Age. Oh my god.
Ouch.
That's gigantic.
That's what she said. She also said that El Matador may be down on population, but he just needs to rebuild houses, and he's back in this. It hurt, by all means, to like stopping the Mythic Age and everything, but he ain't straight up dead. He ain't straight up gold starved. So I think there's life yet to be had for El Matador here. But Eric's still in a really good position, man. 10 Jarls are queued up. Oh my goodness, 12 Jarls are queued up. Jeez.
That just like El Matador is looking at his resources being like, how do I spend these resources? And he's like, I'm just gonna give me all my Jarls. All these dwarves are gonna be dying over here. El Matador's chances of winning this game are going up in flames here. Well, I guess there are flames from the Chimera, but I don't know what else he can do here. He's just been hit in such a big way.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. I think that El Matador threw this down the drain. Remember, this is Retold, villagers can build houses. So he absolutely could have grabbed all of his villagers, infantry, everything, and rebuilt all of those houses quickly in order to, try and maintain some population. But, I mean, he's still, okay, fine, he's up at 130, but still, he's hurting, man. 22 villagers. He's gonna
get his town center up. There's a champion cavalry already in right now.
Wow. Yeah, that TC's going down. I hate to say it, I don't think we're gonna see Mythic here from El Matador. $61 to 22 vills, boy.
I think the down center might actually be falling again as Eric. He's not gonna stop raiding. He's not gonna stop putting pressure on. At this point here, El Matador has lost his grips on this game. I don't. He's got some units. I guess he's just got so many resources in the bank that maybe just by sheer spammage of units here, he might be able to push back and then kill off all the villages of Eric. I mean, I don't see any other way. Eric is he's on 2 town centers. He's on 2 town centers now. So I mean, you got to do so much. Oh, he's not. He's now only just getting a town center up. So I guess maybe there's something here for him.
Well, yeah, you see there's only 13 villagers for El Matador, but he does have
106 military, 110 military.
but also the fishing ships. The fishing ship eco.
Yep, that's right.
So the eco numbers look dire, but it's not as bad as you maybe think.
Yeah, I mean, remember what we said.
It's still very dire.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're on 100 villages. You got 0 gold mine. Eric has a gold mine, but he has to deal with a 132 population Norse army, which does have, and you also have to remember all of those hill forts that El Matador has. That's where the villager as well. So I'm grasping at straws here.
Yeah,
El Matador is definitely in a really tough position right now. But Eric still has to play well.
But he has to finish off this game as he's retreating. This is interesting, man. I don't think that this is like El Matador is going to survive and win this game. But
I kind of want it to happen just because it would be like look at what he's done. He's like taken this position which seems absolutely catastrophic. You got your Mythic Age denied. You got a whole bunch of your villages dead. You had tons of resources in the bank because you were going Mythic Age ready to buy technologies and everything with them. And you go, well, yeah. I guess I just have to spend all my resources on military and go. This is basically like Ragnarok. We just saw Ragnarok happen. And all of these units here look at Eric, he has to run away. He can't engage this army. There's just so many dudes here.
Dude, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. Dadgummit, I wanted to say Ragnarok. But Ragnarok. This is basically a Ragnarok. I mean, he has what, 175 population, 12 villagers, some fishing ships. It's basically a Ragnarok, right?
Yep, and Eric's got himself a lot of military population as well here. The Hypaspists are incredibly effective against these infantry units, as it kind of looks like he's managing to get through this army, but he's going to have to retreat here. Look at the food in the bank here for El Matador. Now he's getting Freya's gift.
Yeah, why not? Why not? It costs food after all. Why not? Lots of favor as well.
But he has no gold in the bank. He is killing off the villages of Eric, though. I mean, Eric's also got 0 gold in the bank. Both players got 0 gold in the bank. And Eric's finished up on the gold mine. Dude, there's no way. Is this gonna come down to one more fight? Okay, no. Eric can just put everything onto Temple and make Chimera here.
Ooh. Okay. Well, plus he can just throw he's got all the fishing ships for food. He can put all of his 72 villagers onto wood. He can sell resources for gold, honestly. Whereas El Matador, he doesn't have the land economy in order to really sell resources, right? Yeah, 50, 60 villagers.
Can we see the market? What's the trade looking at the moment? What's the trade looking at?
Just click on a market. Left side.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So 65 gold. So he's going to get a hefty amount there for
that's good
for those Deuterinos. So I think he's going to be getting up to full population here fairly simply. He's going to be able to push forward. I don't know what I don't know if El Matador can pull this one out of his bag of tricks here. He's going to have to micro like a literal god.
As he runs through.
This centaur to get built. There's going to be Hydra, Chimera. What it take your pick on some non-gold costing myth units to come in.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Aspis are going to be cleaning everything up. And El Matador's population plummets to 0. and the game will be going Eric VR's direction here.
Will it though? Will it? Will it?
I think I've 16 villages, 150 population. We know it. El Matador knows it, and Eric also knows it now as claims the second or third game in this best of 5 series 2-1. Eric is 1 game away now, Maiden. 1 game away from his first main event. Will he be able to make it? He has been playing incredibly well thus far. That was a game and a half, though, was it not, Maiden?
Absolutely, man. Both of these games, game 2, game 3, all 3 of these games actually, super fascinating, very different dynamics in all 3 of them. Very interesting though. I think that, you know, that call out at the very end that Hydra, Centaur, neither cost gold, Hippospis, super low cost on gold, so the gold issue is definitely a much bigger problem for El Matador compared to Eric. And look at that, 49 villagers killed. Ouch. That hurts on only 1 town center eco. That hurts big time.
For sure. Actually, I'm interested. Oh, never mind. I was gonna ask if we could see the food total tab, but nonetheless, I mean, I'm trying to get my
There's the ox cart.
the random hero ox cart.
Ox cart rush, man. It's showing up in 2025. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Okay, but ultimately, this is where I think the Hippospis started to show their scary little capes. And you know, this was here we go. This is the Tempest. I don't think this fight would have been much different if the Hillfort had finished. I still think he probably would have needed to retreat.
He just needed to run away straight away. You don't fight the bronze. The bronze is too strong. Just run. This was totally fine here. El Matador losing a unit or two is not really going to matter. But yeah, pulling back completely fine. Got his villagers to safety. Got out of there, and then he can move on to the other side of the map. This fight here was interesting though, because you know Eric kind of pushing before he had Mythic Age. This is the perfect time for El Matador to really be taking a fight. The great garrison micro. The interesting part about this all is really how well Eric's army was performing here. You know, you had the front line of Jarls, you had the back line of Thrown Axemen, and this army of Eric's just kind of, I would say, it traded equally at worst here underneath the Hillfort fire. So just credit to Eric's positioning in that one and getting the units where they needed to go.
Yep. Do you think? I wonder how this game would have been different if El Matador got a second town center. We were talking about it so much because of the Golan bursty, right? But he never ended up getting the second town center.
I'll tell you, I play Keto quite a bit. He's one of the best in the business with this god, and I'll tell you what, he likes a good cheeky second town center on this map, soup as well. And the reason is because people drop that god power down, and you lose your town center, and you get your Mythic Age denied.
Yeah.
So yeah, a second town center and just trying to hold in the heroic age, a lot of sense here against that sort of a Mythic Age push from Eric.
Well, the heroic age for Freyr in particular, for Norse, but in Freyr in particular, there's a lot of bread and butter. As there goes the the town center that just went down again. Heroic age is such a bread and butter era of the game, or time period of the game. I believe this is maybe the last hurrah here for the army of El Matador. No, it was not quite. Anyway, with the Bear Greasy, you can get the upgrade for the Rock Giants. Get the Bear Greasy out, and honestly, they soak up so much freaking damage. It's such a good frontline unit. That's kind of a big option, big heroic age option for El Matador.
You're absolutely right. It's like the answer for the tricky unit to deal with is that counter infantry unit, Axeman, the Pacifist, right? The answer is Rock Giants. They pull the damage in, and that allows your thrown action. But we're now going to see the next game, and we are back to our tried and true Maiden. We saw this in Red Bull, Wallaloo. We saw this a lot in Genesis. We saw this in Wrath of the Gods. It's not going to go anywhere. We're going to be seeing it yet again. Egyptian versus Norse. Ra versus Loki. there's been a lot of balance patches since those tournaments. I'm not exactly sure where the advantage lies, but one thing's for certain: there's going to be some fireworks in this game. Well, we might actually see some walking woods, some trees, some walking trees. So maybe not for certain. So, Nate, what do you reckon?
I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard to say because in the past, Ptah has been so oppressive against Norse, but that's been kind of mitigated a little bit in terms of balance and patches and whatnot. So I still think it's probably strong. I don't know if that's necessarily El Matador's preference, but it's very threatening. If Loki's able to get heroic, things start getting pretty dadgum complicated. I think that's kind of the big caveat is, can Eric get heroic and in what manner?
Yeah.
And you know, what is he going to do with that? There's, I can easily see both sides. We talked about this map, resources being exterior, and there's a lot of potential for either side to hit timings on exterior resources in different ways.
Yeah. This map, personally, I don't like this map as Ra. This map's difficult for Ra. The gold mines, they're always kind of exposed. You can sometimes get a back gold mine if you roll the dice and get lucky. It does exist. We saw it already once, but most of the time the gold mines are really, really exposed, and you're gonna then have to deal with the flaming weapons timing on that gold mine.
Yeah.
So you're basically forced into doing one talent and a classical aggression as the Ra, which, I mean, it's not bad. You already touched on it. It used to be done quite a lot. It's still possible. It's not like it was nerfed into the ground. It's got a light touch up from the Wadjet. Just go for it. But yeah, it makes things challenging, that's for sure. So I guess the question is, like, what does Eric do if the map spawns bad for him? Say, back gold mine situation or something like that. Is he going to try and match town centers himself and go that way, or is he just going to just go for that big one town center all in that we've seen time and time again from Loki players? But yeah, it's game point for Eric. So he's got a little bit of caution that he can throw to the wind, but I could be wrong, but I feel like Eric has been in this situation before where he was one win away from getting into the main event. So we'll see if he can maintain his cool here. But we're going to be jumping into game number 4 now, as in the left-hand corner of the map, Eric spawns with Loki, the blue Loki. And El Matador in the right-hand corner. Maiden, I already see it on the mini-map. It's sticking out like a sore thumb. We got the red Ra here, El Matador, with 2 gold mines right next to each other spawning behind his base. El Matador is going to be very happy about this. Maybe.
Oh yeah. Maybe.
Let me just touch on just a little bit. Let me just touch on a little bit. Reason why maybe is some pro players learn one strategy for these gods, because there's so many gods you have to learn. So they just pick one strategy and they go, okay, I'm going to use this one. I know that this map is fantastic for a defensive Ra game. But you have to know how to play that defensive Ra game plan. I don't know if El Matador knows this or not. I know that El Matador knows how to go for a classical age fight. This gold mine for Eric is beautiful to play against the classical age. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what El Matador's strategies are. I don't know how deep he knows these Egyptian gods, but yes, this gold mine is absolutely insane.
Well, having said that, he did pick Ra. It was one of his last picks, but he did pick Ra. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to take a look at the actual draft, but there were other options. He specifically picked Ra, and it wasn't his last pick. So that gives me a little bit of some, I don't know if you could say confidence, but a little bit of something where it's like, okay, maybe he's ready for something. He didn't have to pick Ra on Giza, by the way. He's he could have picked.
Yeah, he had Uranus, he had Zeus. Yeah,
Zeus and Uranus.
Both very, very powerful picks into. I obviously doesn't know if Eric's going to pick Loki, but both great picks into Loki.
So I want to say that that gives me some confidence in that he's prepped, that he's gonna just know exactly what he wants to do and try and execute it. But you're right that hey, there's a lot of gods to play, and you can only be you can only perfect every single one so much in such a short amount of time. Anyway, I don't know what this game is going to look like shaping up. I really don't know. So I'm just going to have to let's just watch it unfold, I guess.
There's really nothing that indicates what's happening up until you start seeing the Egyptian player put tons of villagers onto gold, or some villagers onto wood. It kind of looks like El Matador might have 2 villagers on wood already in his base there. If we take a look at the north side of El Matador's base, he does have
Just the
like
one.
only 1 villager on wood. So this doesn't really mean anything here. It could be a classical fight. It could be a 5-second town center. It doesn't really tell us much. If you have 3 villagers on wood, then you're going to start thinking about what's a classical fight. He's dropped the second monument. Just to dive into even more Egyptian theory, this does kind of mean he's not going for a 5-second town center. You can do it. You can go 2 monument, then second town center. We're seeing Bast. That did not even register. I was no Bast. That's not something I'll ever. Okay, and we're out of my playbook with Ra. Take it away. Tell me what this.
Well, I mean, does it mean Sphinx? Like Bast and 2 monuments? I guess it means Sphinx, but against Loki, that's the weird part, right? It's an open map. We've seen it plenty of times. Plenty of times before. Good eye vodka. Tusk of the Ironbore for stronger cavalry that Loki is picking up right now. That is delicious. Would have been sick if El Matador got that for his camels. I believe that's a 3rd tower or monument that he's dropping as well. So looks like Sphinxes, and yeah, Archie blows. Looks like Sphinxes. Again, that is a little bit peculiar now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm reminded of this in the chat. This was how the Mister got dealt his first loss in tournament. 3 monument Sphinx classical aggression. Axeman plus
Against
Sphinx
Loki.
means against Loki. Yes, it was Ra versus Loki. Might have been Isis against Loki. Can't exactly remember, but yeah, this was the strat. So
I think it was Isis actually. I was casting that game. I think it was an Ancestors Eclipse. I think.
There you go.
Anyways.
So
Anyway.
that's going to be the option is just spam out Axeman, you spam out Sphinx. Your opponent doesn't really have a great answer to that army composition until they get to Godi. Or Mass Troll. But how do you get that back gold mine? Is the or attack that back gold mine is the question.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have a shifting sands for a little surprise attack. You gotta simply get there. As we see a couple of Creel Sphinx headed out, they should be able to stop that. That should be a dead berserk, honestly. If he finds it, up. Okay, or he's just gonna. There we go.
This is already some nice damage here if you can actually pick that one off.
Yeah.
Is he not? Well, he's not using the special. Must have that turned off. Unless I missed something.
Okay.
Well, Eric, I mean, even have his work cut out for him, isn't he? These Sphinx are about to get very quick. Cry Sphinx coming through.
But at this end, the raiding cavalry get a little bit of damage there. Maybe looking at some damage. But here's the thing: like you're right about the Axeman and Myth unit being a really strong army composition for Egyptian, as we see trying to get some kills here and there. And there's actually another Sphinx going in the backside of that base. Keep an eye on that vodka. Dead villager. Okay, so yeah. Probably not going to find any damage. Does he have Hall of Thanes in? No, not quite yet.
It's coming through, but that's real. It doesn't really help. Like, sure, you go up to 5 point something. Both those raiding cavalry going down there because that's like 5-ish speed. But you're trying to chase down a 6+ speed Myth unit. Yeah, it's not easy. The big thing is that the Hersa have got that bonus damage against Myth units. As Loki, 20% bonus damage. So if they get the damage done or actually attack, it's going to get felt.
Yeah.
But as opposed to when you're playing as like Odin and your Hersa swing their club and it feels like the Sphinx don't take any damage.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Now remember, those raiding cavalry have Tusk of the Iron Boar, so they're a teensy bit stronger than they would be otherwise. But here's the thing, Boyd. Myth unit Axeman, super strong against Norse. Okay, sure. But still, Loki's should have enough speed and attack and everything on those Hearse here. The Hearse go down quickly, but they should, with good micro, he should be able to hopefully mitigate those myth unit numbers, the Sphinx numbers, right? So
Yeah.
if and when a big fight comes in, he should be able to take a fight fairly confidently.
I guess the tricky thing is, as we see the Sphinx going to get pushed back here, a bit of damage, but let's get away. The tricky thing is, you really don't want to build throw an Axeman when you're playing against Sphinx.
Yeah.
It's a huge raid actually coming through, but El Matador does see it. He tries to, Eric trying to get max value there by getting us around. Not going to be able to do so. He sees the villagers on the gold mine. Sphinx coming through here. Still no reaction to this as the villagers or the army of El Matador. He's just focused on this army over here, trying to get damage done, but he is taking huge damage in his main base here. The Sphinx going to come over here and try and support. That was weird to see, but I think that El Matador didn't really lose that much, so he's okay.
That was better. That was more damage than it should have been, right?
Yeah. I think it was way more damage than it should have. But nonetheless, to finish the point, you don't want to build throw an Axeman against the Sphinx because they're going to die to an eclipse. They're all going to get annihilated, right?
Oh yeah.
So then, how do you deal with the spearmen? You're trying to build raiding cavalry to deal with the axemen, and it gets this big mess. Now, I do think the answer is for Eric is to get heroic age and make 30. That's the simple answer.
Yeah.
And he's trying. He's got the food coming in. He's already got the gold. He's going to be able to advance. So he's going to be able to get there. But will he be able to get there fast enough? And defend the big push is the big question.
But what is the big push going to look like? Because he also has the gold mine on the backside of his base. So an eclipse could be sick with like 6 or 7 sphinxes, however many he has, plus all the human units to support it. That could be sick. Is that enough to push through a base, especially with Bragi right around the corner? Maybe, sure, maybe. Maybe with the Locust also coming in. Matador is going up through Sobek, so a Locust is going to come in as well. That does Locust potentially does damage to military units these days. I don't know, man. This is an interesting one.
Eric is doing a great job of catching these Sphinx out. Does Eric have himself Eyes in the Forest, the unique technology for Loki? Maybe just check on it doesn't matter, any unit. In the temple.
Click.
No, he does not have it. Okay. So there's no like random line of sight that he just has. But he's playing a great game. Just he's in the mind of El Matador in a big way. But we've got Sobek coming through, and we've got Bragi. Now this is the thing with like flaming weapons. You don't want to use it unless you've got full population. But when your opponent has got Eclipse Locust, you're gonna, even if you have full population, you're taking huge damage from that. So both players are going to be throwing their units at each other, clicking their big gold powers. And I'm not even sure if this is going to be enough. It might be. I don't actually know.
Really?
We'll see.
Indeed. How many Sphinx does he have? He's got 6 Sphinx. Low HP. Ay. Not a good engagement for Eric.
This is going to be a lot of damage here. The units are there's just so many infantry here for El Matador. And I guess beyond this, now El Matador's got a rock, which has been buffed. It got buffed recently, so boo. But he can use that to maybe try and sneak in a unit or two across these walls. I don't believe walls give line of sight, so you can very simply just fly over them, drop them over there, and then have the Sphinx behind without alerting anything to your opponent.
Oh man, he might be doing that. I want to see Vodka. Let us see. Oh, he's not doing that, but he almost did it.
But even just killing off this wall, you got to be careful. You don't want to run through here, otherwise you're going to get walled in and get stuck. This could be very scary. Eric has got this. I'm sure. He's going to kill off the other wall. Fine.
He's got the rock though. Just in case.
And he does have a Locust, but Eric pulls back his dwarves nicely.
A Migdol. Forward Migdol.
Yep. You're going to
Interesting.
start seeing some camel riders here.
Okay. Could be sick, I guess. What? The tension's building. I'm getting a little bit nervous here. What's gonna happen? When is it gonna happen?
When is the question?
When?
There looks like there is a red dot flying up to the top left corner. I'm not sure.
Yes,
It's
yes.
just a rock. He might be looking at. I don't think he wants to locust the villagers here. I think he wants to use locust on the army. You got to get that
Right.
extra damage done so that you don't just outright die to the flaming weapon.
Yes, yes, yes. I agree, I agree, I agree. And if you look in the just generally within this main base, there's a lot of really thin, narrow avenues through which you could locust, and there's gonna dude, that was pretty big after all, Boyd. Here we go.
The
Flaming
flaming
in
weapons is
Eclipse.
in. The Sphinx pulling back. The human units here pulling back as well as. It looks like El Matador doesn't even want to fight this. He's got a Migdol he can retreat back to in the main base as well. Eric does have a couple of those raiding cavalry, but they will go down to the villages shanking as the Sphinx are looking for huge damage in the main base. The human units here sitting outside of that Migdol will go down. What's happening in the back of the base, though, in terms of Eric's BR, he's run his villagers back. The Sphinx is searching, the Ursa chasing after them. It looks like no damage will come through, but the flaming weapons is almost done for. And the Sphinx get blocked there, body blocked as he's trying to get out the front there. He does manage to retreat away. The army now pops out as the flaming weapons is about to be finished. But I think that Eric, I don't actually know, did he mitigate the damage? It's still 39 top villagers each as the army drops back into that Migdol stronghold. The Sphinx coming back in to get just a little bit of damage in onto this one. But now the Eclipse is also done. That was...
Whoa.
Mate, I don't even know. That was tense. I think both players dealt damage to each other. I think El Matador comes out in front on that one to some degree. He's got more population in terms of military, but he still has to take a really good fight here to convert.
But wait. He hasn't gotten any myth unit spawns. So, okay, fine.
There's one. There's the Brauga.
Speak of the devil. Well, that's something big. I think that a lot of these units have dealt a decent amount of damage. So by all means, if he takes another big engagement here, we could start seeing myth units popping like they are very hot.
What is this Pharaoh doing? Hello there, Mr. Pharaoh. Oh, there's some. He snipes a villager and he kills a patrol. The straggler Pharaoh out in the middle of nowhere.
Like, sneaky, sneaky.
I meant to do this.
All part of the plan. All part of the plan. Here we go.
Well, now the Sphinx coming onto the villages. He's onto the the back line getting annihilated there. There is also getting some damage done, but the camel riders are going to be able to clean up those raiding cavalry as well as the Sphinx pulling back. The Axeman can be going to town on the Herser as Eric's army looks like it is no more mated.
Look at the military population, 36 to 120, 25, 22, 19, 16. Are you kidding me?
We have ourselves a game number 5. Let's go. Let's go. What a game. What a game, man. What an absolute. I'm speechless. Give me something.
Military tab right now, vodka. Military tab. Who cares about the silly economy? That was not the story. Here's the story. 66 units killed compared to 32. That's pretty big, dude. When we only had one legit big engagement, a little engagements here and there, 66 to 32 is big, man. That's double for El Matador. Those raiding cavalry melted against the camel riders. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Even with Tusk of the Iron Boar.
Just the execution from El Matador, the steel nerves to know I don't need to take this fight against the flaming weapons. I'm going to run. I'm going to use the speed advantage from my Eclipse. That locust there was brutal. But yeah, using this speed, dealing with the raid on his gold mine, causing all the idle time in the main base, keeping most of his units alive from the flaming weapons and causing economic damage. This was just, the awareness here. The awareness from El Matador, it was just on another level.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, those things were so
That
close to
was
getting caught. Holy smokes!
Yeah, that was a great move from Eric to block the path there, but just couldn't quite get the wedge in there.
Indeed. Those camels, man, they're pretty low HP, a lot of them, but still, by the time that big fight actually, Pharaoh for the win, dude! That sneaky Pharaoh for the win. It's so funny. I meant to do that.
I meant to do that. Hello there.
That's a dude. That's a good point. Sunny Day called it out in the chat. If when you use Eclipse and Locust at the same time, Eclipse boosts Locust. So that Locust on the Vils could have been just a smidgen stronger if you used Eclipse
Yeah.
a few seconds earlier. Anyway, this is the big engagement. The disappearance of the
Dude,
freaking
yeah.
raiding cavalry. Dude, look at
I
those
mean,
bodies.
it
Holy
was a
smokes.
mix of Spearman, Camel Rider, and it's just like, what do you think Raiding Cavalry beat those? No, 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 no. They do not. They do not beat those, and everything else just melts. Yeah.
Dude.
One point, Maiden. With
Hmm.
Locust, while Locust does get more damage dealt, it moves faster. So,
Mm.
which means it's going to spend less time on units. So, it does more damage, spends less time on units. So, the end, whether or not you get the damage done, is up to if the villager is moving with the Locust. It's a bit of a
Fair
funny
point.
one, but I feel like it was just. Anyways, it doesn't matter, Maiden. We've got another game. We've got one last game here for this qualifiers, or at least this series here. El Matador, Eric BR, Zeus versus Chrome. Now, this is a matchup I would have in a previous patch, previous me, maybe 1 month, not pretty recently, to be honest. I would have said Zeus has got all of the tools here in this matchup, but I know the chat. There's going to be some top players just going to shake their head at what I'm going to say here now. The Cairo Ballaster has been brought up to a level where I think it is very much usable, especially when you get mixing in Murmillo, Promethean, Catapulti, if there's going to be some Hippias in there. You can start dealing with those hoplites. It's not easy, but on a map like Alfheim, with the choke points, depending on the spawn, I think there's an angle. I think this is going to be a really, really interesting game.
You think that's the main crux, the main caveat
Well, yeah.
is
Yes, the main weakness of Kronos is he doesn't have access to Bite of the Shark to make his to bring his Murmillo up to kind of level with the hoplites. So then you have to ask, well, how do I kill a hoplite? Arcus are decent, but you don't get them till the heroic case. You need something to keep going earlier, and that's going to be specifically hero Carabalista is what you really want. So you use the Valor on those. And
well, so what about so many times I've seen somebody shouting out soup in chat. What are they called? Promethean spam. Greek historically struggles with myth units. That's also I know hoplites are strong, rest are blah blah blah, but still I don't know. There's maybe some potential there with Prometheans as well.
And normally I like the idea of like a one town center Chronos Prometheans to like punish a sort of how do I put this? Like the no thought town center grab on a bad map. So if somebody is just going for blind second town center, it's not really caring about the map, you can punish that with Prometheans and stuff like that. The map's really good for a far second town center, like it often is with Alfheim. It's not going to be as easy because you can kind of hide behind town centers, hide behind walls, and those Prometheans aren't going to quite be able to get in there. But you never know. Alfheim is such a like you roll the dice on this map. It could be completely open. It could be really closed. The gold mines could be behind your base. The gold mines could be in front. If you're really, really lucky, like me once upon a time, you could get like 4 gold mines on one area. I think it was like dunk, dunk, dunk. So yeah, there's some stuff. There's some potential.
There's some stuff. Alfheim's got some stuff, everybody, if you didn't know. Well, I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to see Okay, so first things first is going to be the map spawn. And map spawn, first things first, and then after that, probably Cairo numbers or Promethean numbers. Two big caveats probably to look out for. Okay. Anything, I mean, is there any possibility for things to go late? We saw a really late game, a kind of late game, a kind of funky couple other games. Is there any potential for us to see something late? And if so, I mean, historically speaking, Zeus would just crush any Atlantean in late game. But things are definitely different these days. So, what's your opinion on Kronos versus late game? If it goes there, I'm not saying, I don't know if we will, but
if Eric had Zeus, I would say Eric will put like a ton of villages onto the favor, and like he's gonna spam god power, spam myth units, and be very challenging for the Kronos. I've not seen El Matador playing Zeus once. I've got no idea what his style is, but nonetheless, yeah, I think Zeus has got some shenanigans. Looks like we might be heading to the bracket here to see how the rest of the tournament is going. We've been watching an epic series here, but
oh no, no spoilers, no spoilers,
no spoilers. Hashtag spoilers. Maybe we'll
I don't know. Are we gonna watch? Are we gonna watch more games? This has been such an epic long series that I want to cast another.
I'm still excited. I want to see that Nullus B game. That one's got me a little bit giddy. No, this one's also got me giddy as well because this is so. I mean, yesterday we saw it as well. It was like 5-game series, like bam, 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 bam. Everyone except for one was the other one was 4-game series. There's been no blowouts. Yeah.
Indeed, same. Well, fine. If we want to peek at the bracket, it is what it is. But I don't want any spoilers, and I want to watch more games. So don't. Oh no.
Well,